Welcome back, everyone, to the round four of the candidates broadcast by chess.com India. I'm back after 2 days. While I think you're all familiar with the Mr. Commonwealth, the Arjuna Awardee, Abhijeet Gupta by now, who's been here for the last 3 days. Hey, Abhijit, what's up? How has it been?
Hi, Srinath, and hello to everybody who has just joined us. It's been quite thrilling till now, and even the draws we had, like we had 4 draws yesterday. It was completely topsy-turvy, games. It was no like Berlin draws that we are used to, but it was like long, hard-fought games. And yeah, I'm having fun doing it. And welcome back, Shri. That
Thank
it,
you.
although it didn't feel like you had left because you used to always come back for a cameo or so. So how are you? Back home?
I'm good, Abhijit. Yeah, I'm back home to my familiar surroundings. And I did miss quite a lot the last couple of days, not being in the thick of things, missing some of the most interesting aspects of the game. And I missed a lovely chat too. So, hey guys, what's up? And how was it? How has the candidates been so far for you guys? More of candidates. Meanwhile, how has the standings changed since I left, Abhijit?
Actually, it didn't got changed at all. Like yesterday, we had only had like this 4 draws, and before that, I don't only Hikaru won probably in the second round, and that's about it. So the standing right now, as you can see, Fabiano and Jan are leading with +1, and there is like bunch of players like Duda, Firouzja, Rapport-Nakamura all on equal, and Radjabov and Ding on -1. So Ding had very good opportunity yesterday to actually come back, bounce back, and score a victory, but somehow Rapport was too tricky for him.
Oh, interesting. It has been that pattern in a lot of games so far, don't you think? Someone gets a slightly better position, but conversion has not been easy. What I've noticed is if we make a chart of people who had better positions and if they were able to successfully convert or not, there have been more saves than scores.
Yeah, because we also have to understand all of them are like extremely talented, very strong, and to win, it's a big task. Also, if you would have seen Rappo on all his 3 games, like even the first round was completely lost against Duda, and somehow he escaped. Yesterday, he was not completely lost, but he was much worse, and he escaped. And in the second round, he was white against Firouzja, where he was completely winning, but Firouzja somehow managed to escape. So yeah, I mean, he's in the thick of things right now.
And so has Rapport been, right? C5 in the first game, he was worse. C5 in the second game, he was better. I didn't quite see what happened in the third game, but
the third game yesterday, yeah, it was against Ding, and it was this Grunfeld where he sacrificed in exchange. Although it was a little bit dicey, he never had the complete compensation. But yeah, in the end, yeah, with Ding running low on time, he got back and managed to escape once again. Familiar pattern for him.
Interesting. Meanwhile, how are the matchups for today?
So Rapport plays against Nakamura. Again, an interesting match. Their head-to-head score is 3-0 for Nakamura. I feel like, yeah, I mean, Hikaru, if he can get a position with black, he will have a good chances to even score, against Rapport, because Rapport is not the guy, super solid guy. He will give you chances with both the colors. Doesn't really matter. His style is like that.
Interesting. And so far, Hikaru has had the most decisive games in this tournament. 2 out of his 3 games have been decisive. And the third round, his draw against Alireza was also so close to being decisive. Hikaru was struggling through most of that game. He was worse. He was fighting, but just managed to hold. So if anyone has a chance of having a decisive game, it's going to be Rapport in the matchup between Rapport against Hikaru. And the next one, Jan Nepomniachtchi takes white against Alireza Firouzja, who's playing his third black game in just 4 games. And what are your thoughts on this one, Abhijit?
I think considering the way Firouzja is playing this tournament, he is going for super aggressive lines with both white and black. So I think it will be good matchup. And again, I'm expecting like big fight. Also, they haven't played so much. I can see like Nepo has a slim advantage over Firouzja, but you also have to see that on the top in the top column, yeah, 31 versus 18, yeah, age. So in general, Firouzja is quite like less
Young.
experienced, so he hasn't played against all of them many times. So I guess it also favors you in the sense that you don't have this bad history behind
Baggage.
you. Yes, baggage behind you in the sense that you haven't played the guy, so you haven't lost or won. So it's completely fresh, which should help Firouzja, I think.
Yes, a lot of things about Firouzja yet to be revealed, even to himself and to the people who are watching him. Meanwhile, Jan with the white pieces in a tournament like this, do you think it's a big challenge for Alireza to even come out with an equal position at the end of the opening? What kind of pressure do you think Alireza will be against, considering that Jan, a veteran of candidates tournament, this is his third candidates in the last 3 years, and also a former world championship challenger.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tricky for Alireza for sure because as you can see, like Jan is still using his world championship preparation match that he has prepared against Carlsen. He's still using some of the ideas. You can see the lines he's playing. He's still going for the ultra aggressive. Even yesterday against Fabiano, this Italian, it was nothing like boring, dull, or it was like topsy turvy. It was like black was going for the king, then white sacrificed a pawn, and then it was going back and forth. So yeah, it's going to be tough facing Jan with white pieces, but I'm sure like Alireza has done his homework quite well because if you saw yesterday's game against Hikaru, he was an hour up on the clock, and it looked like an equal end game, but both sides had chances there.
Right. Interesting. And the third matchup is with Duda with the white pieces against Teemu Radjabov with the black pieces. And so far, I think Radjabov has been least likely to win a game in this tournament in the first 3 rounds. Yeah, he had a difficult second round. In the third round, his game was over even before I tuned in to watch the match, Abhijit. His game was so quickly over.
Yeah.
So, but with Raja, with the black pieces, I don't think that is likely to happen. Duda is going to try and stir up something. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think it's going to be very interesting. As you can see, nobody has won against each other in this matchup. Also, I feel in the sense that yesterday, Radjabov did take a practical decision because he lost the game too, and he just wanted to, just stop the bleeding and stop the flow of the things which was going on, and made a quick draw. But I mean, credit goes also to Jan for his opening preparation because I don't think Radjabov was expecting what Jan played. So he decided to, steer the game towards equality and then later to a draw. Also, Jan's stuff, I really impressed by how he's playing here, like super solid. I don't think he got any bad position. Even yesterday, Fabi had to figure out a way to, somehow bring the game towards equality. And he was actually pushing a little bit with black pieces, which is always a good sign in such kind of event.
Interesting. So Duda and Radjabov, two of the tier 3 favorites according to the world champion Magnus Carlsen, will be battling out today. And coming to the predictions of Magnus, the final matchup, we have two of the tier 1 favorites, Ding Liren with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. And as Abhijit mentioned, it's very important who strikes first in the opening. If black surprises first and has really deep preparation, black usually has no problems in the game. But if white sets problems in the game, then it's a difficult defense for black. And both these players, similar age, similar rating, similar rankings, similar strength. And what are your thoughts on this matchup, Abhijit?
Also both are very experienced, and both of them have been playing candidates for a very long time. As you can see, this is Fabiano's fourth candidate appearance. There is Ding's third. And I feel openings does matter. But if you take into the account of what we know already, like in the last candidates, Fabiano did manage to out-prepare Ding, and he just smashed like first 15, 20 moves within no time, sacrificed a couple of pawns, got what he wanted, complicated sharp position. But then Ding is also super solid, super strong player also himself. So he managed to come back from that, and eventually he beat Fabiano in that complicated game. So yes, openings, yes, are very important in this level. But you also have to keep your calm. I think in the first round, which Ding lost, for some reason, I thought he was not ready for the fight in the first round itself, because it was against Jan, and he could have taken the pawn. But he thought maybe let's try to play a little bit safe, and he started to maneuver around, and all of a sudden Black got this G5 idea, and then it was all over for him. So I think now Ding will be more prepared in the sense that he's ready to take the battle on.
Interesting. In a way, do you think Ding was just turning up in the first round, jet lagged, arriving from China, coming just a couple of days before, and he had a very long journey, big time zone difference, and there were a lot of uncertainty even for him to get there. Do you think that could have played a potential effect in his performance in round one?
No, I don't think so, because once you sit on the board, you forget all these kind of things, and only you start to calculate about the position. But I just feel we're just not ready in the sense that to go into some sort of sharp line where he's not prepared. So I think that was the problem. And whereas if you see normally Ding is not like this, he is very principled player. He doesn't, mind, getting into a position where even though he's not prepared, but still what he feels the right move, he goes for it. It doesn't matter. It's complicated. It's ultra sharp. He just goes for it. But probably it was because of the first round, and he was like just feeling himself, in the tournament, like just coming to the tournament, and somehow that sort of strategy backfired. And Jan is probably one of the players in this group who could punish somebody like that, at the very start.
Interesting observations there, Abhijit. Meanwhile, you had the players out there ready, Rapport and Hikaru. I wonder how they arrived this time. The last time I was here, 3 of them arrived in a taxi. Three candidates players walked into the hall. This time, but the players set their pre-game rituals going on right now. And
Hikaru with his suit, he had some issues,
Oh yeah, Hikaru with the suit. True. After that tweet, I also changed into something quite casual, and I see you're also wearing a T-shirt, and that looks familiar to me. I was wearing that same T-shirt in the last time I went to meet Rakesh and the other guys. Is that the I play on chess.com T-shirt?
Yes, maybe I can scroll down a bit. I can. So you can see.
Oh yeah,
I play on chess.com. Superb T-shirt, fits very well. The cloth is very, very comfortable, and you don't get many chess T-shirts in general. So if you want, you see, I have one on the right, on the far right. This is the one I have right now, what I'm wearing. So if you want any of this, go check out, and it's super nice. I got myself I treated myself with 3-4 of them. Maybe it's up to you.
You can find the chess.com merch on the link in the chat. And there are the I play chess.com t-shirts, the Title Tuesday ones, which a couple of those I've already tried out, and it's available in a few different colors. So I have taken Hikaru's words on quite seriously, not just about chess, but outside of chess as well. I literally do care, and it's going to be all non-formal clothing from here on.
Okay. Ding is looking quite sharp actually in his suit, to be honest. Do you?
Totally and his opponent is not yet here.
No, I think he's here. I think I see some jacket. I think he just walked past us, Fabiano, and
as if to mark his presence.
So,
but yeah, talking about someone who hasn't appeared, Nihal missed his first game today. He's playing in Armenia, and he had to give a walkover because he's down with viral fever. He's tested negative for COVID, but he's down with a viral fever. So, in case anyone's wondering out there why Nihal didn't turn up today, it's because he didn't forget the round timings. He was unwell, and that's what happened. But we have all the 8 players and the candidates out there here live. The first move, the kickoff, about to happen any time, and I'm thrilled. And first of all, the opening phase, whose novelty is going to make the headlines in round 4 of 2022 candidates? Guys, let us know your thoughts in the chat. And Abhijit, what are your thoughts as well?
I think the game we have on already, Ding versus Fabiano. I think something's going to happen here. Like some new ideas. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen here. Also, like while we are at it, let's also tell the chat like how to vote. And voting is only open till move 10.
Yeah. So you go to the chess.com/events, you click on FIDE Candidates, and you get to this screen where you can choose each game. And out here, for example, there is the move screen, the analysis screen, and you have to go to the vote tab. You go to the vote tab, you get the option, the white player, draw, the black player, and you can pick and choose whichever you like. And already you have the top scores, which you can see below, people who have voted and guessed correctly. So you can also get your name featured there, but most of all, you get the bragging rights that I was right by voting correctly.
Yeah. So who will you vote on in this game?
So I'm gonna pick a draw in this game. And that is also the popular number here. We have kickoff in the game as well. It has started with 1 d4. Let's have a quick look at what are all the different first moves in the different game, and also maybe get our votes in before the first 10 moves.
Yes. So I think that was the unofficial one.
Okay. They made the first move, right?
Yeah, they haven't made the first move. It's just that.
Someone made the first move, right?
Someone made somebody inaugurated with 1 d4.
But then it's also not surprising. I do expect a Catalan from Ding.
But do you think it will be Catalan? Maybe last time Fabi went for some weird Slav, which nobody expected, and then unleashed some big prep. So d4, yes.
Yeah, d4 is on the board. I refuse to believe any narrative that doesn't lead to Catalan. So, although Fabi started with Slav last time, we do have d4, knight f6, c4, e6 on the board. Come on, let's go. g3 or knight f3.
Yeah. So.
I mean, the other option is knight c3, which I don't think is going to happen. Knight f3 is on the board. d5 is pretty much expected because the other move b6 leading to the Queen's Indian defense used to be a very popular and very solid opening. It is still quite solid, but it has gone off the radar in recent times. People preferring more active play with 3d5.
Yeah, I remember like last few candidates, like when Karyakin was there, he used to play all this b6 with Queen's Indian, and people used to be, give him a hard time. So eventually he switched back. I guess either QGD or Ragozin, I think. So it is Ragozin.
Yeah, it is Ragozin.
One of the openings which is super solid, and the reason why white players don't play knight c3 so much. I mean, they still play, but this is the reason why white players like get discouraged, by playing knight 4, knight c3.
Right, one of the openings, but so many different solid options here. Yeah, bishop b4, queen a4 check on the board. Knight c6 is the only move for black here because both the bishop and the king is attacked at once. So knight c6 will be on the board, and this is something you played quite a bit in your recent tournament in Sharjah, right, Abhijit? Queen a4 check, knight c6, and then a3 on the sixth move.
I just played one game there, but then when I came back, I was playing in some online event this a lot, where I was not so well. So I was just following my preparation from Sharjah. I wanted to, come up with something new.
Interesting.
An interesting line. I also played this against Vidit once in, our own this PSPB thing. I managed to win that game as well. So yeah, it has served me quite well, this move E3.
Oh, was it this year in 2022?
No, he was not playing in this year, but it was a pre-pandemic. So I don't remember the exact year, but it was, I think, 2019 it was.
Right, because I think A3 became exploded in popularity in more recent times, kind of forcing black to take bishop into c3, b into c3, getting the opponent's bishop for in exchange for back pawn structure, and then white gets compensation for this, and it goes into a long variation. But instead, white played e3 here, going for more traditional lines. Short castle was on the board, and now white retreats the queen to c2, queen having done its job on a4, getting the knight to c6, not allowing black an easy c5 break. So the queen comes back to c2, and here Fabiano has played something which is really interesting. He went with knight to a5, and yeah,
I remember seeing it, but I'm not entirely sure whether it was in this position or probably in the next position. So yeah, queen c2, knight a5, very interesting move. And I think it's been not played that often. I think I see only one game in my database with it. So, which was played in 2019 between Santos Ruiz versus Blue Palm. So it's going to be quite an interesting one.
Oh yeah, so the standard move after queen c2 is rook to e8, right?
Rook to e8, a6. There is a6 move, I guess, instead of rook e8 also. Then, yeah, basically you don't want to take dc4 immediately. You want to, for white to waste a move with the bishop and then takes dc4. So that white wastes another move, taking back the pawn. So this is the basic idea. Black is just trying to wait for a move because eventually white wants to play bishop e2 short castle or bishop d3 short castle, one of them. So basically, yeah, black just waits here. And knight a5, it's sort of forcing the issue. And this I like very much in the sense it sort of suits Fabiano's style. He is very direct in his opening approach, forcing immediately Ding to make a decision because you have to take or play c5, one of them. Either you play c5 or you play cd5 and then see what happens. And both has the pros and cons. For example, if you take cd5, let's say I take back with the pawn and now my c8 bishop is no longer a problem, has an open diagonal. So this is one thing. But if you play c5, then you have to, I guess, calculate all the consequences with b6 kind of stuff, and where white may not be able to, control all this, everything in the center. Maybe this pawn chain will break soon, pretty soon. So yeah, it has its pros and cons, but I really like this approach, and you can see Ding was not prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, even if Ding was prepared for it, he has to recollect it. It's not definitely not something he has seen in recent times. But he has gone c5. So I think perhaps he has some idea of it, or it just comes by the process of elimination. As you mentioned, saying to d5, it allows this bishop to open up. So he just goes c5. And what this also does is it threatens a3. And white wins the pair of bishops without compromising his pawn structure. So bishop into c3, queen into c3. This forces it, and now the pawn comes to queen into c3. The pawn is already on c5. This another pawn might come to b4, c5, b6 on the board. Do you expect a3 here, Abhijit?
I guess because I don't see many moves here as white, because the pawns, this black is able to break this pawn chain. And if you want to get some advantage from that, it's to get the bishop pair. Yeah. So this is very logical to play a3. Also, you have to take into the consideration that black wants to play bc5. Yeah. So in general, when black plays bc5, you want to take with the piece, but probably here you cannot, because there will be always a fork after a3. There will be a fork after knight b3 once you play a3. Yeah. I mean, yeah, right now you cannot take because a5 hangs. but it was just to illustrate the point. So maybe you play knight e4 here, and you go back probably somewhere to and then probably take bc5 and maybe play this position. Although I'm not sure what is this position exactly, but there could be some moves like e5, knight e5, queen f6 or bishop f5. It so feels like Fabi's sort of position. Also bishop a6 some point, just to exchange this bishop and not to let white castle quickly.
Yeah, Fabi certainly seemed to have gotten the first move here. I mean, the first new move in this game. And I think knight a5 was this first new point, after which c5 was a very natural move. He had two options, two main options, c5 and c into d5. c5, very natural move. b6. And here also, it doesn't feel like white has a lot of options here. But
I guess there is one move. There is one move maybe which was played also in that other game which I was talking about between Santos Ruiz and Luke Baum, was bishop d2 here. Also makes some sense, because let's say if you take the pawn on c5, bc5, I go a3, and now you take my knight with bishop c3. I take your bishop, and your knight is attacked, and you don't have too many good squares to go. Maybe you go knight c6, and I get back my pawn, and probably you play knight e4, and okay, we are going to see what happens. Or maybe knight e4 or a5, one of them, because if d4 can also be an option for white in the long run. But here probably after bishop d3,
yeah.
So yeah, I guess a3 is not the only move here. We can have
bishop d2 or a3, right?
Bishop d2 or a3. Let's just have a quick look what everybody else has done here.
Yes, and there's just 1 more minute for the voting to end. So once again, if you want to go out there and vote for your favorite player, you can go to the votes in the chess.com/events and vote away your result. We did. Do you want to quickly do the voting before it ends? So
yeah, actually it's till move 10, actually, not 10 for 10 minutes.
Okay, it's still move 10.
Yeah.
So we still have some time.
Well, not in every game, but yes, maybe here, yes. Okay, so let's go from the top. Yeah, like so here probably I'll go for draw. Ultra solid and two ultra solid player. What else can happen in this?
Which only leaves us the Nakamura Rapport game, because the Alireza game has, I mean, with Alireza you have to catch him early, or he's going to make 20 moves in the next 1 minute. And what do you think of this game?
I guess this is a new move, I guess, already. Because I think Queen e7 was played before, and this whole thing, castle with bishop g5, the whole thing seems to be I'm not very familiar with. You don't castle so quickly and then play bishop g5 with white, because sort of counterintuitive, no? Like you are coming into the attack, with white.
You mean kind of provoking h6 g5?
Yeah, provoking h6 g5. Yeah.
Bishop g5 after castling shot. Let's take it from the top. It started with 1 e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. The Ruy Lopez opening, and here for a very long time, a6 was the main move. But in recent times, when I say recent, the last 20 years or so, since the Kasparov Kramnik World Championship match in 2000, knight f6 has taken prominence. I think slowly it has taken over as the main move in the elite chess. And the Berlin opening, knight f6, d3, the anti-Berlin, a polite decline, not to go into the Berlin endgame that comes after knight into e4, d4, knight d6, bishop into c6, d into c6, d into e5, This is the Berlin endgame where there is also a lot of theory out here. It's an endgame, but it's also an opening. And there's just so much theory and complications to navigate here. But D3, the anti-Berlin, it is of a less forcing nature. And Bishop C5 is one of the main moves here. The other move is D6, which people play from time to time to... but I think Bishop C5 is the more solid option.
There is another move here, which was played by Robert Hess against Vishy Anand, and he managed to draw that game.
Let's go for it. I think there is also an interesting question for the chat there. Yeah.
Yeah. So
the
move was played was knight e7, but now the question is, what happens if I simply take the pawn on e5? And like when I was watching this game live, I was also playing in the tournament. It took me about couple of minutes to understand what is going on. What happens
really?
if it didn't come to me immediately. I was like, what this guy is doing?
So I guess it's also fair to give the chat a good couple of minutes before they get the hang of this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, chat, what happens if white takes knight to e5 here? Why is it not a good option to take this pawn? Black just played the knight to e7, exposing the e5 pawn. Black wants to come knight g6 the next move. So he clears his knight out of the way to build up a nice center, c6, d5, get the bishop developed. And what happens if white takes the pawn on e5? This is the first question of the day. Meanwhile, to get those likes going, chat, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And it's always a good idea to answer the questions we ask on this stream, because you never know when there might be a reward.
Very well put, Srinath. There you are inducing our chat, answer whatever they can. Yeah. We already have answers, actually. Couple of answers. So yeah, the chat is absolutely right. So the point after knight e5 is we go c6, we attack the bishop, and bishop has to go somewhere either to c4 or to a4, but in both the cases, we give queen a5 check, and we also attack the knight on e5 and thus winning the piece.
Absolutely. So shout out to everyone who found that Sachin, Vignesh, Naveen, Shrikant, and this is the reason why white can't take knight into e5 now, but the game goes on here. Getting back to the game in question, bishop c5, the most solid option, the ones you will see in this tournament. And now white takes bishop into c6. Again, there are alternate moves here. White can castle shot, which allows the knight to come to d4. So there is also the option to play the pawn to c3, not allowing knight d4 and trying to build up a center. But bishop into c6 is generally the kind of move I would play as white if I just want to go out there and get a game to play. Well, do you think it's similar, Abhijit, for you as well?
Yes, with white, yes, because this endgame which you showed earlier is sort of a little bit too dry. And if black knows its endgame well, you don't need to know so much opening theory also with black pieces here. So yes,
about this endgame, right?
Yes. So yes, d3 makes a lot of sense to cut down all these endgames and just get a position and probably just play. Just get a game and then see what happens. Because somehow in that endgame it's so much easier for black because he has like 10 different options and all of them are sort of okay. Whereas here he has to be a little bit more precise than that. And white can decide between c3, d4, bishop g5, like what happened in the game, or also go like knight d2, knight c4, and queen e2, bishop d2, and long castle. Then there is a plan with just short castle, remove the knight from f3 and go f4. So white has few plans up his sleeve. So here the onus is on black, to remember all the things. Whereas in the end game, it's black who decides which endgame I want to go to.
Right, and this knight d2, knight b3 was seen in the first game, right, between Fabiano and Hikaru. But Rapport goes for short castle, bishop to d6, because if you had taken knight into e5 here, this has been mentioned a few times. Black had this move, queen to d4. So you start with short castle, bishop to d6, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3. It's quite common for black to push the white bishop away from this pin with h6 and g5, bishop g3, bishop to e6, kind of saying that I literally don't care about the e5 pawn. I'm going to get it back. If you take with the knight, then there is some is there some h5 related something or something else?
I guess so. H5, H4, or because what else? Yeah, I don't see many things. Maybe knight f3 back.
Yeah, knight f3 back and
probably take on g3 and h4. I don't know. But yeah, everything is hanging, so I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Yeah. But yeah, I should have some composition, but I'm not entirely sure what is happening.
Black just opens up the lines against white's king and wants to quickly go queen d7 and long castle here, I guess. And
yeah. Also, bishop e6 is a novelty in this current position because previously it was played in the game of I think
Caruana against Wesley So.
Yeah, Caruana against Wesley So in 2021, but which was also a blitz game, so you never take those so seriously. So yeah, bishop e6 is a new move, and this was played by, and Richard played queen d2. Actually, he didn't think a lot. So maybe in somewhere in the back of his mind, maybe he had analyzed it or he had seen this position somewhere. And yeah, just to see this Hikaru's expression, we have a clip ready for you where he's trying to, catch some things during the game, do multiple things.
Oh, interesting. What is it?
Yeah. So we'll get it ready, and when it's
and now we are back again.
And we are back again. But it's a very funny clip. I mean, I'm sure we'll be able to get it shortly. But in the meantime, yeah, what do you think after queen d2? I think he goes knight d7, no? Or he is still thinking? He went knight d7.
No, he went knight d7 and then d4 happened. Queen d2 was played after a close to 10-minute thought. Knight d7, and with d4, the voting closes for this game as well. So we had we have 2 votes, 2 draws. Maybe the other 2 games will be decisive. But d4, I first move on my mind f6.
Yeah. Also, I guess when you've played this g5 and all, I also want to somehow push h5 at some moment. Yeah, f6 is a very nice move, but it's also quite committal. Yeah, like in the sense that all this f5 square and maybe d fe you want. But I was just wondering if we can just ignore it and just play rook g8.
Oh, interesting.
So
meanwhile, Sachin is asking in the chat why knight d7 after queen d2. I think knight d7 was
No, very good question actually. Yeah, knight d7 is basically a useful move. One of the ideas is first of all to play f6 and try to create this pawn chain and block the bishop on g3. And secondly, knight on f6 is not really doing anything. It's been completely blocked with this d3, e4 pawn. Cannot jump to d5. Maybe it can come to h5, but you don't really want to take knight g3 because it just opens up and frees white's position even further. Probably we'll take fg3, and then f5 will be useful for white later on. So knight, first of all, is not really doing anything. And secondly, a knight d7, it protects the e5 pawn. Also, it's not very easy to protect this pawn on e5. So this is another reason you go back with the knight to d7.
Right, and with queen d2, white was also eyeing this g5 pawn, right? Discouraging the h5 and h4 from happening. So queen d2, knight d7, and
d4 is on the board.
Which is again logically
and
explained.
f6, like you said. And yeah, typical Hikaru's mannerism, yeah. It just goes like this. And talking about his mannerism, let us see if we can have that clip again. Yeah. Okay. So let's switch to some games, actually, different games.
Do you want to have a look at the Alireza game, Abhijit, which seems to have set the game on fire?
Sure. We haven't looked at all 4 games actually right from the start, so maybe it's a good time to have a look at one by one. So yeah, let's go to Alireza's Nepo, and yeah, it seems to be quite interesting actually.
Yeah, let's take it from the beginning. Mm-hmm. So Nepo started with one e4, and it was the knight of opening. Knight of d4 c into d4, knight into d4, knight f6, knight c3, a6. Here white has so many different moves. Now knight off is an opening with a rich legacy played by some of the best players in the history of the game. Bobby Fischer, Gary Kasparov, and Vishy Anand played it quite a lot himself. And back in the times when I was studying it, sometime around 2005 or 10, it was white had something like 4 or 5 moves here. Bishop to e2.
I remember E3. This was your go-to line, against one e4 back in the day, yeah.
Yes, for a very long time, I used to just play knight off against everything, like how I'm real just now. But it was quite simple back then, white had like 4 or 5 moves. Bishop could go to c4 or e2. This bishop could come to e3 or g5, some of them very, very topical lines. And then you had some side variations with f4 and g3. And then at some point, h3 started picking up popularity. It became one of the main lines in this position. And I think now there are like some 15 or 20 different moves. White has literally tried everything. There is a3, there's rook g1, h4 here, h3, bishop c4, bishop e2, queen to d3, pawn to f4, all these different
queen to f3, pawn to a4. Yep. Basically everything, everything without blundering anything. I've also seen knight d5 somewhere, but maybe not here.
I think there's knight d5 here also.
Here,
just giving up the pawn. Yeah. Something Lucas Van Forest has played sometimes, I think, in blitz or short time controls.
Yeah.
And the move played by white f3 is one of the most traditional lines, which goes into the English attack, named so because a lot of top English players, people from England, used to play this setup back in the 80s and 90s. People like top grandmasters like Nigel Short, John Nunn, and the grandmasters who existed before, who used to be the top Britain players before I was born.
I mean, even after that, like Michael Adams, and even like I've seen, not recently, but old Luke McShane, when he was like professional chess player, I've seen him playing this a lot. So yeah, like, but I've never understood, like, more than English. I think even Anand used to play this a lot, back in the day, this English attack. Like against Naidov, he would always take up the challenge and go for the f3. The only disadvantage with this move is that black has, like, I don't know, many different setups to choose from. And with white, you have to be ready, all the time.
Yes, it's a bit of a committal move because the other way to get into this is with bishop e3. But when you start with bishop e3, you do retain the option of either going f3 or f4, and in some cases, even playing bishop e2. But when you start with f3, you're already committing that you want the pawn on f3, not on f4. You can't get, you just have to go for this idea with g4. But on the other hand, the disadvantage of starting with bishop e3 is that black has this additional option of playing the knight to g4. And again, Gary Kasparov played a lot of game in this variation in the 90s, including a very popular game against Vishy in one of the blitz games in 94 or 95, where Gary gave this epic expression after blundering with a queen d3 in one of the positions.
Yeah.
But yeah, knight g4 was one of the options, which is why f3 avoids that, and it just goes into this English attack opening, which was probably what Jan anticipated against Alireza. f3, e5, knight to b3, bishop e6, bishop e3, and we are in one of the mainline positions of the English opening, bishop e7, and the other one of the more modern approaches is to go h5 here, prevent white's attack with g4 from the beginning. But on the other hand,
which we saw yesterday in the game between Fabiano versus Duda. So it went like queen d2, knight d7, long castle, b5, I think, and then he was a little bit shocked with it, and he immediately went knight d5, or maybe king b1, bishop e7 first. I don't remember exactly. King b1, bishop e7, and then went for knight d5, bishop d5, e d5, knight d6, and that's how the game went. Like bishop b6, queen d6, and knight a5, rook c8, and this typical knight c6, knight d5 idea. And yeah, but black was completely fine throughout the game, and probably was a bit better also. So yeah, this was one line with h5, but yeah, I could see, like, I could sense already Firouzja is not going for this kind of dry position. He is immediately taking up the challenge. He went for bishop e7.
He's like, yeah, come at me, and I'm gonna hit you back.
Yes. Like I like this approach. Even in the first game, he played this Vienna with b5, which is not like entirely completely dry opening. He can, if white goes wrong, he can punish white. But of course, it has its own risk as well, because at some point he was like clearly worse also against the game against Radjabov. So yeah, let's see what happened. So bishop e7, I guess queen d2.
Short castle. Long castle.
Yeah.
And knight b7. By this point, both the sides have developed all their pieces. Yes, the bishop on f1 is undeveloped, but for now, white will keep their on hold, because many times black comes with a knight to c4 and white will just take it in one tempo. And there is not an useful square for the bishop for the moment in any case. So white just started out with g4. White starts with his pawn storm, and black immediately responds with b5 on the other side. White goes g5, attacking the knight, and black immediately responding not by moving the knight, but counter-attacking white's knight with b4. And once again, one of the topical main lines. I remember there was this legendary game between Vishy Anand. Karyakin with white.
Yeah. I can recall it a little bit as well. So b4, knight e2 was played, I guess, in that game. And knight e8, f4, a5, and f5 and a4 was played in that game, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And some knight d4. It was crazy game, and where Anand showed like his brilliant preparation, and then went on to win a very nice game. But here we have a different one, which is bishop c4 instead of a4. I mean, to give you the context, like it's been played like 90 times already, 91 times. But to give you the context, this position has been reached for over 6,000 times after f5, and only 90 times bishop c4 was played. So yeah, it's not so popular, but it has been played few times.
Yeah, the second most popular move, but in recent times, I mean, when someone is looking to find something new somewhere, we generally look for the offbeat lines where people don't go regularly. It's like finding your favorite holiday destination. You're always looking for this secret waterfall, right? Not where everyone is going. You're always wanting to try and find these less known things, but where you have where it's more exclusive for you. And f5, bishop c4, one of the lesser played moves, but something where Alireza has he seems to be quite booked up. Just he's played white continued with king b1 to make way for the b3 knight to come back after a4. This happened, and then Alireza instantly playing d5. He didn't take a lot of time here. d5, which is again one of the top lines of engine. White opens up the G file, the lines against the black king with F6, G into F6, G into F6, and this is the present position that we have on board. What are your thoughts about this position, Abhijit?
I think this is already a new position, GF6, GF6. Previously, instead of GF6, I had tried knight G3, and it was also very interesting. But yeah, it looks very sharp. And for some reason, I don't understand why Alireza is thinking, because if Bishop C4 is your line which you have prepared, this is sort of a position which you expect White to go for.
Right. All the moves were natural. Yeah. Bishop C4, King B1 was natural. A4, Knight C1. But what I think is, I mean, sometimes when you don't play the best moves of Indian, and in this particular position, what I see is that Knight G3 was the best move. Bishop into F1, Rook into F1, A4, and then the knight goes to A1, which is what is being suggested by Stockfish, but something as a human you're just totally repelled with the knight going to A1. And
also, if you see, if I play A3, I guess you have to play B3, and the knight on A1 will be there for a while.
Yes, and as a human, you just can't see when this knight will be back in the game. You're giving away the C3 square for the opposition knight, and this was the first line. When you go out of the first line, but yeah, what you're saying is right. It's pretty surprising that Alireza is out thinking so early, but could mean two things. Yeah, one is maybe he's just trying to recollect, or also setting up a decoy, trying to lure the opponent into a false sense of danger, false sense of security, or maybe just some bad.
But I think these things used to happen like in the previous generation, no? Like where people would still think of some prepared idea, also because they had longer time control, and also I don't know why they used to do it. I never got the point anyway, because eventually you need time to even win the game. Yeah, to even after getting a better position, you still need some time to win the game. But yeah, these days I don't think not many people do it. To sort of if you know, then you just play it.
No, I think it's still largely individual. For example, if we take the examples of Nihal and Arjun just blitzes out what he knows. Nihal tends to take time even when he knows what exactly is happening. So quite often I would be with Nihal and people would be wondering what exactly I had prepared, what exactly I was even doing there, because Nihal would have already spent like 1 hour for the first 20 moves. And he would know all these moves, but for some reason he would just take time. He would take time and prepare and do this. So I think it's still largely individualistic, and it really depends on the level of opposition too. I guess the more and more stronger opposition you play, you find that you need more and more of whatever you can add to your advantage. Until a certain point, they just beat the opponents because they are stronger. But after a certain point, you try to gain all the additional things as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind spending some time, let's say 20 minutes, half an hour, to recollect or to, find all these moves, because it also shows that you're coming into the game. Because what happens is that when you blitz out, like, let's say, first 20 moves, and then you have to think all of a sudden, then your mind somehow is not used to it. Yeah, your mind is used to only blitzing that time. So yeah. I do like also this approach, but not to overdo it, this kind of approach, like not think for like, just you have like 20-25 minutes left, to make next 20 moves. So that is not very practical.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think you summed it up perfectly. Not to overdo it, and I don't think Alireza is overdoing it though. He's just starting out. G into F6. How is the position here? What are the options for black? How do you even recapture? There are 3 different ways to do it, and
I think I would capture with one of the knights. Somehow I don't like to capture with the bishop. Oh, he did take with knight df6.
On point.
Yeah. And
on point, and that also took something like 5 minutes, which is, I think, quite within the confines of recollecting the opening rather than not knowing it.
And now I see the white can have few options like knight g3, knight f5 is coming in. I also have sometimes bishop h6, but I also knight df6. It has a point because now the knight on e8 guards is g7 square. So bishop h6, I guess it's not so dangerous. I mean, I'm ready to sacrifice this exchange on f8 eventually. And okay, he goes knight g3 immediately. So yeah, Nepo has prepared it quite deeply, I guess, because he's blitzing out now. Yeah.
Yeah, seems so. Nepo has some idea, and I'm being told that in Nepo Alireza game, g into f6 is a surprise. Most of the correspondence games have gone knight g3 at this very point. So the inclusion of g into f6, knight f6, knight into knight g3. I'm not sure if it might transpose at some point, though. I'm curious to know what the main moves after knight g3.
No, in general, like after, let's say after d5 f6, like even in correspondence, it's been only played 3 times. So it's not like we have a lot of sample size, of this whole line.
Right.
So gf6, yes, you are right. Knight g3 was played 3 times, all 3, but it was also quite a long time back. So it's nothing, I mean, recent. So yeah, so gf6, he takes, and now he immediately goes knight g3 quite fast. And now, what do we do as black? Because knight f5 is coming, and that looks a little bit scarier. Also, I guess you have to take on f1 first or not. I mean, lot of choices for black, and not an easy choices if you don't remember an analysis.
Oh yes, absolutely, Abhijit. The paradox of choice, it's such a difficult thing that makes humans make mistakes. For example, when you're maybe let's not go too much into the analogies, but people tend to be happier when they are said that this is your only option and you have to take it. And then when you give them like 5-10 different choices, sometimes it just blows their mind and makes them unhappier. I've seen this happen so many times. And in chess as well, when you have these only moves to make, the margin of error, I mean, the chances of making a mistake is a lot less. While the more and more options you have, the more and more your mind gets messed up.
It's like in the daily life. Yeah, your mom will ask you, "What should I make?" You'll say, "Okay, you can make this," but she'll like, "No, but these are the option." I'm like, "Okay, then make this one." Yeah. Then she'll be like, "No, but let's we had this yesterday."
Onion nahi hai, paneer nahi hai.
Yeah. But eventually they will make what they want to make in general. But yeah, but if you just tell us, okay, this is the option, we'll be like, okay, yeah, let's make this. But they give us like first this sort of that you are making the decision with 5 different choices.
I know. The illusion of choice, that one.
Yeah. So
someone in the chat asking what is correspondence game.
Mm-hmm. I think you did we did discuss about it like a couple of days back, but maybe you can once again explain it.
Yeah, so to refresh the memory, correspondence in general means communication. And back in the times, we used to correspond by letters, and we also used to play chess that way by writing the moves to each other. So I would write 1e4 to you, I would post it, and then you get it, you read it, 1e4, and then you reply 1c6, you write it, you send it back. That is basically what correspondence chess is. In recent times, we use email and other methods of communication. In chess.com, we have this option called live chess, and we also have this option called daily chess, where in daily chess, you make one move per day, or you have time controls where you make something like one move per day, one move per 2 days, and things like that. And the difference is chess.com terms of service doesn't allow you to use engines during your games, but in the mainstream correspondence chess, you can also use engines during your game. So it also leads to some very high quality chess because it's a hybrid. A human also using some powerful engines. They have the opening book, they have access to everything, and they're playing chess against each other. So this is why the modern correspondence games are such an important tool for opening preparation in the over-the-board games that the grandmasters prepare for. And there's also kind of the job of the seconds, in case there are a lot of questions. What does a lower rated player, how does a lower rated player help a higher rated player? What do the team of seconds do when the elite players are playing against each other? And I think this particular direction, for example, Alireza chose bishop c4 here. So analyzing something like this and analyzing this deeply, out preparing your opponent, and then making sense of all of it by sending a short summary to the player you're working for. I think this is one of the main jobs of main tasks which a second or a team of seconds do.
Yes, very, very well explained there, Srinath. Also, I would like to add that why you give short summary to the player who is actually playing the game is that the information is very large and it's very difficult to memorize everything, for a player. So you sort of explain the basic point. Okay, for this you go here, for this, and these are the basic ideas. So, and then the players then when during the game, like he or she sort of understand, but from that summary, okay, this piece was supposed to go here. I am supposed to play this sort of plan, and my opponent is going to react like this. Accordingly, he or she decides like, okay, maybe I should use it, maybe I should not use it, or it basically prepares you. That's the role of coaches and seconds are. Okay, I think Alireza is going to take a while, so let us switch back to Naka's game for a second, because
Sure.
we have lot of moves already here.
Wow, we are already into an endgame, not the Berlin endgame, but a kind of Berlin endgame.
It feels like Royal Lopez exchange, an endgame for more than Berlin, because Black doesn't have two bishops anymore, and in general, you feel like White is a bit better because you can see there are 4 pawns on the king side and Black has 3 pawns. Black has the 4 pawns also, but to create a passer on the queen side for Black, it will be very difficult. And basically, you can try to navigate this position. Let's say if you start by exchanging pieces. Let's say if I remove all the pieces and just keep the kings on the board, then this king pawn endgame should be easily winning. And then you start by putting one piece on the board. Let's say knight. So knight again, it's very close to like king pawn endgame. And again, I feel why White has decent chances, more than decent chances to win that endgame as well. But I guess only the rook endgame is sort of a tricky zone where you are not entirely comfortable or not entirely sure what is going on. I mean, I think Black can hold that position.
The rook and pawn endgame.
Yes,
you mean
yes.
with one rook against another rook?
Yes, yes.
But why is it only 0.2 if White has a definitively better pawn structure?
I'm not entirely sure. First of all, we don't have such a strong engine like here, and secondly, computer always calculates well. Yeah, so they are seeing like already like some sort of endgame where White is up a pawn, but it is still a draw. So they are probably seeing 20 moves down the line already. So basically, that's why it only shows 0.2. But practically, I feel, I mean, anybody would take White here than Black.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And just
I completely agree with you.
And just look at Hikaru, yeah, like he's looking here, looking there. And yeah, finally, we have that clip where, Hikaru is trying to catch some things. So maybe it's a good time to play it now while we are watching Hikaru's expression. Yeah. And he was doing literally the same, like a few moments back, like he was looking up on the right, then he was looking on the left, then he was trying to make a move, and then he just took it back.
I can understand if he was trying to read something from the different monitors. Maybe that's how his neck muscles are trained to look at two different monitors, this side, that side, and maybe he was just doing the same thing subconsciously. 92 h5 on the board, by the way, from Hikaru. I guess one of the ideas is to get this pawn to h4 and the knight to f4. If he did that instantly, then White had this option of playing g3. So he starts off with h5 and tries to gain some space on this side, tries to get the pawn to h4 and then knight to f4. That is one of the ideas. This knight on e6 can either go to f4 or d4. But it seems more safer on f4. Meanwhile, if f4 is a good destination for the black knight chat, if f4 is a good destination, what is a good destination for the white knight here? This is not a simple tactical question, but more of a strategic question, but something I think which is easy enough for you to understand just by looking at the position. Where would white's knight want to go on the board in this position? And knowing that, uncovering that will also give you an idea of what white's next few moves will be. What will white want to play? Where does the knight, which route the knight takes to get towards that destination, which it eventually wants to go, and that will I think be how the game continues as well.
Yeah. Also, now that I see the point, like black wants to play knight f4, and ideally I would want to put my pawn to f3 and try to bring the king to e3. But I guess here, once you play h4 and knight f4, my g2 pawn will be a little bit soft, and once I play g3, then the rook on h8 becomes really active after exchanging the pawn with h4 to g3. So yeah, h5, h4 does make a lot of sense. Also, in the hindsight, if you think black generally wants to exchange as many pawns as he can. So h5, h4 is another way, to limit white. And if white still wants to expand, then he would have to exchange few pawns, which actually helps the defending side.
Right. That was perfectly summed up, Abhijit. Meanwhile, we have some answers in the chat, and as with cricket, Sachin also starts with the first strike on this one. He goes with f5. So Sachin and Nay Ranjit, yes, shout out to both of you guys. f5 was what I was going for, and usually the knight can go to f5 from either e3 or g3, but e3 seems the safer square, and this can be reached from c4 or f1, and I do expect one of these moves to happen, either knight to c4 or knight to f1. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think knight on f5 is a very good piece. Like once if it reaches there. Also, I feel, let's say let's try to show some lines. Yeah, let's say you go knight f1, for example. Let's say black goes h4 anyway. Knight e3. Let's say I go knight f4, and maybe you play knight f5 now. Yes.
Yes.
And king e6. And what I'm trying to say is like, okay, you have your knight on f5. I have my knight on f4. But what happens now?
That's probably the question that Hikaru is going to ask Rapport at this point. But yeah. I think here maybe what you suggested earlier, the idea to go f3, king f2 would make sense, except that you keep the option of knight f5 in the reserve. And when black goes h3, white can go g3. But until then, white can just keep his options open. Start with f3, go king f2, and then potentially look at options to try and get g3 in wherever it's possible.
Yeah, I think now that you mention it, I actually see quite a clear plan from white side. Probably play like this, but probably put the king to f2 and try to double on the d5. And black has to counter it with either putting the knight to e5, because to stopping rook d7, or to exchange rooks on the d5. And let's say if you exchange both the pair of rooks, then I do feel that White will have some chances, some serious winning chances in this endgame.
Due
But
to
you
the
never
better
know, yeah,
pawn
because
structure.
because in the first day also I was thinking that uh, Duda has some chances, but when Vishy arrived and he was like, but this just seems to be like a draw, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to say is like all these good players, all this, this mega superstars, their tennis level is very high. They can defend really well. So yeah, for me, maybe it looks like White is pushing, but for them it could be like, this is simple draw.
Interesting. That's very interesting insight, Abhijit. The difference between an elite 2750 grandmaster and someone around 2600, which is something Hikaru points out a lot in his streams. And we haven't looked at one game at all, Abhijit, all day today, which is the game between Duda and Radjabov. So let's have a quick conclusion in this game and maybe have a look at how that game is going.
Yeah.
So I guess this is about slightly better for White here. And White is pressing a bit, but Hikaru probably thinks it's totally okay for him.
Yeah, I guess this is, I mean, it's again very, it's hard to say. I mean, it definitely White is not worse in this position. This is for definite, we can say. And yeah, Black has his counterplay with H4, Knight F4, but also slowly, I think if White can regroup with, like we suggested, with F3, Knight F4, Knight E3, King F2, then yeah, White can create some chances. It's not like, let's say, it's completely dead. So yeah, I would say White, it's a bit better for White, but it's also quite close to equal. So I would say something like this for this position.
Right. And what's happening in the Duda Radjabov game, the second Berlin game out of 4 in this round? It started out with 1 e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, all the moves which was seen in the Rapport-Hikaru game, except that Duda started out with bishop g5 here. He didn't castle. He just started out with bishop g5 directly, h6, bishop h4. Radjabov not playing g5, but instead going d6 for the moment, keeping his option to play g5 open. But seems a bit different to me here already, Abhijit. The position after bishop h4 d6 seems like a pretty fresh position. What about you?
Yeah, it is. It is actually a fresh position. Also, like usually you do it in Italian, yeah, with bishop on c4. You tend to go bishop g5, bishop h4, but not so much with bishop on b5. So yeah, we have to see how it went. How did it go after this? After
And
d6?
here Duda went knight to c3.
Mm-hmm.
Not totally eccentric, I would say. The knight aims to go to d5, but also has the option to go to a4, harassing the bishop on c5. And Temo continued with bishop d7, knight to a4, trying to win the pair of bishops. Bishop b4 check, c3, bishop to a5, b4, bishop b6. Finally, this bishop, after going to c5 and then b4, a5, and b6, is all set to be captured, but White will take his time because the bishop's not going anywhere. So he continued with short castle, and now Temu played his knight to e7. This is the present position that we have.
Yeah. So now we have, I guess, bishop d7. One way or another, you must take either on this move or after knight d6. I'm not entirely sure which move order is better than and which is worse. So let's try to see some lines. Probably knight. Let's say I start with knight d6. Probably a little bit of forcing.
Knight b6, a into b6, and it's a pretty interesting position, guys. But we have something even more interesting coming up. We will have the 5-time world champion, the legend Vishy, joining us back again pretty soon after this short little break. Welcome back, everyone. And we are back with the 15th world champion, Vishy Anand, who's back with us once again. And we are delighted to have you back, Vishy. Welcome back.
Thanks. I'm happy to join in what is has some interesting games in this fourth round. So it'll be nice to get started.
Yeah,
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Before we jump into the games, I also wanted to ask you about your experience, the whole experience of the torch relay. I was watching the video live where you were running with the torch, and it was quite exciting for me just by looking at it. How excited, or how was the whole journey? How was the whole experience?
It was fantastic. I've been in many Government of India functions, and when they do it in style, because they obviously have a lot of practice. I've, for instance, gone to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and there, there's a lot of protocol. It's very nice. It elevates it. Here also, we had to get in early. The band is practicing the previous day, all that. And of course, it was a great idea to have this torch relay, because it's a powerful image. It's something that sticks in people's minds, and visually it looks great. So I was glad that now chess also has this, and of course the presence of the Prime Minister, the Sports Minister, everything elevated the importance. And look, this has made a lot of Indians aware that the Olympiad is happening, that it's happening soon, and good thing. So all good.
Yes, true. In fact, some time ago, I think someone, the postman came to deliver the post, and he asked me if I was playing in this Olympiad, which is happening here. So it looks like everyone knows that the Olympiad is set to happen in India, in Chennai, at this particular date, sometime at the end of July. And the awareness is incredible.
Diving into a lot of stories of people asking about, are you coming for the Olympiad? Is something going to happen? So good that awareness is high.
You do as well?
I've also heard people tell me that it happened to them, and also people asking me directly. And I have to remind them, no, I have a few things first, but then I'll be at the Olympiad.
Yeah, speaking about Olympiad, you got to meet the team again, probably during the function, or probably before and after that. So what do you think the mood and the atmosphere among the team, like how confident you or the team are for this Olympiad coming up?
Everyone's very excited, and they're really looking forward to it, especially for those for whom it's the first Olympiad. The fact that it's happening in India, and the spotlight's on them, and they're between excited and nervous and apprehensive, everything at the same time. So, but they're all looking forward to doing well. And yes, it's a young team. I don't know if the majority is playing for the first time, but very close. And they're looking forward to it.
Absolutely. They are looking forward to it. We are looking forward to it. The chat is looking forward to it. But back to the candidates, the round 4 going on right now. Let's have a look at the positions in all the different games at the moment and have a quick overview before we dive into one of the games. So we have these 4 games going on at different positions. And we have the 4 different positions. Starting with Vishy, your thoughts on Rapport-Hikaru.
My instant reaction to Rapport-Hikaru was that it's the wrong rook on d1, because it would be nice for white maybe to have the option of f4, but when black plays knight g5, but here it's somehow the wrong rook. Otherwise, generally these endings, the margin for a draw is quite high. So even if white gets one concession somewhere, he needs a couple before it makes a difference. The drawing margin in the Berlin is extremely high. I think this is probably going to err on the side of a draw rather than anything else. But
that's interesting, it's exactly on point to what Abhijit was saying before you came here. He was like, white is slightly better, he has some chances, but you never know. Vishy might just come and say that this is pretty close to equal, and that's exactly what happened.
So now instead of game predictions, we are doing predictions, what I will say. So
it's predictions on the difference in perspective of players at different level. And
I mean, to give an example, just see what has happened. He has played rook d2. If I now play exchange one pair of rooks, rook d8, rook d1, takes. I should probably not forget to play b6 or something, because you might have a knight a5 somewhere. Not a big deal. I have rook b8. Okay, so I can play knight g5, and I think this is looking pretty solid for black.
Would you retain one pair of rooks as black here?
Yes, I would. Though I think even the knight ending is fine. But why would you try that? I mean, if white gets king to e3, then it can actually be unpleasant. But let's see. Let's try and make some moves. Rook d8. I go rook d1. I mean, I guess the point of rook d2 is to double. So take. I go rook d8 again.
Oh, yeah.
You go king f1.
Mm-hmm.
And then if rook d2, knight d2, maybe you have to play knight f4 to provoke g3. But I'll play g3, king e2, f3, and in a pure knight ending, I would be worried. I would rather swap one pair of rooks, keep the other rook for back rank work, and then play knight g5, for instance. So my preferred plan would be rook d8, rook d1, takes, knight g5. And what would you do? You could play e5. I would play f5, and I have king e6 there. A couple of decent.
Yeah.
There is one plan though. After knight g5, I could go knight a5. And if rook b8, maybe rook d3 with this rook b3 trick.
And again, to point out to the chat, after knight e4, white always has this option of rook e3. So it's not really an option for black to take on e4 for the moment, as long as the black king is on e7. So rook d3, and
okay, he has gone rook d8. So rook d1, rook d2, rook d2. Let's try to be exact here. If I go knight g5, knight a5, while not the end of the world, is probably slightly unpleasant. Though I'm not threatening knight b7, funnily enough, because you go rook b8 and take on b2, and the rook activity is quite good. But
also no simple moves for black here, yeah.
Yes.
Or is something like h4.
Maybe I can also play c5, yeah, or not?
Yes, you could go c5, or even something like rook. If rook g8, then maybe king f1, and then play f3 somewhere and try to bring it up to f2.
Yeah.
Rook a8, rook a d1 also on the board, by the way. So we have this position on the live board, and rook into d2, knight g5 is what we are analyzing right now. Sorry, rook into d2. Here we are trying to find a simple way for black, yeah, a convincing way for black.
Also, like you said, simply b6, yeah. Like
yes, b6 would solve this knight a5 thing, and then I could play knight g5 on the next move.
But b6 also allows white time to do something, right?
Such as f3, maybe, yes.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that yet.
The thing with f3 is, I think I could go rook g8, king f2, h4. But knight e3 is quite fast. That's true.
Yeah, talking about knight e3, can I also start with knight e3? Huh?
Well, then, so rook d2, b6, knight e3. I didn't see what to do for knight g5.
Knight f5, just king e6.
No, king e6, maybe knight d4 check.
Yeah, this was my point. But otherwise, you're allowing the rook in, no? And king e8 feels a bit awkward, I thought.
Well, I was going to play king e8, but anyway. But then you
king e8, I was wondering if some h4, f4 is an option. No, not really, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, maybe it's this is why this thing, a knight a5 move is quite awkward, because we play b6, it turns out this knight e3 plan has some teeth.
But maybe here just rook d3, yeah?
Yeah.
Sorry, rook d2 what?
So this position,
king 8 in this position. Rook d3.
Another interesting plan would have been rook h d8, rook d1, rook d2, and then a5. This kind of has its merits as well, because if I play a4 and b5, that's a nicer way to proceed on the queen side, I think.
Right.
But he's done it with the other rook, so no way back.
Right. Rook into d2, straightforward here, you think? Or can Black do anything else?
It's not that equal. As we try to shut this down, it turns out there's a little bit of life left. So perhaps it isn't.
So I was right. Yeah. So
rook d2, b6. I play knight e3. Even f3, to be honest, and king f2, g3. And king f2, e3, and that also looks better-ish.
More pleasant for white. But we didn't go too deep into this knight g5, knight a5, rook b8, right? Rook d3, and
rook d3.
We kind of stopped here.
But white gets some f3 or something, no? Next, I guess.
Yes, I mean, I don't have to play rook d3. I can play f3 and try to bring the king up.
Here?
No, after rook d3, knight a5, rook b8. It's a line you were speaking.
Yeah, right. So yeah, rook d1, and some way to go for black to completely
he takes on
the game here.
Yeah, he takes on d2. Probably we'll see what happens now.
Hikaru's been incredibly fast so far in this game, though. Do you think
Hikaru probably has to run back to do his recap, as they say?
Or, today's Title Tuesday. It starts in about 45 minutes. So maybe he's trying to make it to that.
Yeah, I got to get back to the important stuff. So, okay, enough fun at Hikaru's expense. Let's move on.
Yeah, I think we can have a look at the Alireza game, which is also literally the board on fire. And this one's slightly better for white. Maybe we can conclude this and move on to that one.
Yes.
Yeah, so this was a point. Knight g3, bishop into f1 has been played. Rook, Jan recaptured with the h1 rook. I had a couple of questions about this game, Vishy. First of all, f5, basically this variation where I can recall that you had quite a few games, including that spectacular win over Sergei Karyakin. And after f5, the main move is a4. And Alireza kind of deviated with bishop c4. So I was wondering if you can take us through this game from around this point and explain the intricacies.
Yes. I can. 1 second. Okay. Yeah.
Hi.
Okay. Come.
Hi.
Say hi to everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Okay,
hi, Akhil.
Go on.
Hi, thank
Go
you.
and enjoy.
Thank you.
Go. Born commentator. So, I mean, I saw the game between Svidler and Vallejo in in Monaco in the Amber tournament. And it made a huge impression on me. So a little bit later, I started to study this line myself. I'd never imagined such moves were possible. 98 seemed like a bad move. You should go to h5, of course, but h5 is not good, so on. And then this theory was fresh then. Now it's very much in the realm of computers. Computers play this, and there are a few players as well who seem to know the latest theory, but the lines go fe6, cf7, ab3, all that. Sometimes they play cb3, sometimes they take on f7. Basically, nightmarish computerized stuff. Bishop c4 was always the slightly wobbly cousin of a4. But I guess it has surprise value for precisely that reason. The thing is, if you don't check this line in a couple of months, you forget the details completely. But f6 is clearly an important move. It's important to get it in while you can. And then takes, knight df6, knight g3 takes. I would guess it's now knight d6, bishop h6, king h8. I vaguely remember something like that. And then you have compensation.
In this particular position in the game? Or
yes,
talking
in
earlier?
this particular position in the game, I think there's a sacrifice like knight d6, bishop h6, king h8. Vaguely, I remember that. And takes. Or it could also be that I have to play king h8 here.
Okay.
But king h8 here, e d5, knight d6, maybe queen takes b4 works. I don't know. It's not a line to play based on, I vaguely remember something. I think you should have something better if you enter this line. But
which also brings me to this point. Are you surprised that Alireza kind of started thinking at this exact moment? I mean, his preparation started with bishop c4, and Jan's moves look pretty standard to me post that.
Yes, but you may want to go over the details again. You may want to slow down and calm down in the game. In the end, actually, there are no prizes for blitzing. It's important to, even if you get your home prep, there's no way back for white. If you're in your home prep and you're happy, you don't get fewer points by thinking a little bit and working through your lines again and making sure you check it, because the lines will not be simple at any rate. So I would do this as well. Even if this was my home prep, I wouldn't keep blitzing. I would now take a few minutes. He's got...
But I think he spent something like 30 minutes or so here, yeah?
Yeah, he's already like spent almost an hour.
I would say that it's because he couldn't have expected that Jan would charge down this line. So it might be something he remembers reasonably well, but maybe not the top line he revised this morning. And so it's going over the details. Anyway, that's my wisdom on that, but we'll have to see what actually happened later.
So he takes on f1 actually, bishop f1, rook f1, and now he's thinking again. Just again a little bit strange, yeah?
Yes.
Capture.
I also remember that instead of bishop f1, maybe there knight d6, bishop h6, king h8 is the line I'm thinking about.
Okay. Yeah, I also thought it was here actually.
It could be that one. But bishop f1, rook f1, it feels slightly wobbly here, unless he's going to just play d4 and give up the exchange like that. Bishop h6, king h8. But it doesn't look like good composition. I take and knight d3 must be huge for white.
Even like if
black is just not in time, yeah?
Yeah. Even I was thinking just to play, I don't know, rook g1, knight f5, even without, taking the exchange. It looks quite dangerous for black.
Yeah.
And if black goes knight d6 right here?
Well, this is the line I mentioned, right? Bishop h6.
Yeah, in the beginning. Bishop h6, king h8. The computer doesn't like this at this point, though. It prefers it for black.
Right. That was my feeling as well.
Yeah.
That
maybe just queen g5 and queen e5, yeah?
Yes, queen e5, rook g8, queen e5, queen g5 and rook queen e5. Looks awful. I think I'm forced to conclude that something has gone wrong. And bishop f1 is, but you don't enter such a sharp line just at the board like this. It's quite a strange decision. You either know what you're doing or you're not.
Also, I'm surprised that.
What about king h8 here? King h8 here? Then I can play e takes d5. Bishop h6, rook g8.
Right. Makes sense to start with e into d5.
Yeah, so king h8. No, but when e takes d5, I suddenly see rook a5 is there. Then you can go d6. And if I take with the knight or the queen, you can get 2 pieces for a rook.
Yeah, this looks.
So after king h8, e d5, knight d6, can you play queen takes b4? My hunch is no. But exactly how I would punish it, I would have to see. Maybe a3, b3, and then knight e4 and try to land something on c3. Or maybe something a bit slower even. King h8, I mean rook g8 and bring it to g4. It's a nice blockade and you have some.
Maybe knight e4, I had d6, yeah, maybe there.
Yeah, knight e4 does d6. I also felt that this can't be working. In this
like after a3, b3, knight e4.
No, but knight e4, even queen e1. I mean, there was really nothing. That's why I kind of backed off. But king h8, e d5, knight d6, queen b4, something strong. Maybe queen d7. Also, another thing, e d5, king h8, e d5, knight d6, I could play knight d3 maybe. Just to crash in on e5.
Knight c4.
Queen e2.
So let's say I cannot do that. I was thinking just takes and go probably a3.
Or do you want to start?
I wanted to take on, or maybe start with start with this a3.
Start with what?
a3 after queen e2.
Okay.
I guess just b3. Yeah, you takes knight d5. Probably you have queen e5, bishop f6, rook f6.
Queen f6.
Queen d5. Yeah?
Queen d5.
Or rook d8.
Well, rook d8, queen c5 attacks the other one, and rook d8 I come this way. Or in both cases, I can maybe play queen f5. So I don't know if that works.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, a3 is getting refuted by b3. So maybe start with knight into d5. It's pointed out by Abhijit.
So a5, after a5, maybe some knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d6 or something might work.
After a5, exactly where?
I mean, after a3, sorry.
Yeah, right.
Knight takes e3, sorry, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d6. If bishop d6, some bishop g5, something like that, I was trying to make it work.
Yeah, this looks wobbly for black in any case. Yeah.
Yeah.
So knight d3.
But I guess after knight c4,
yeah.
queen e2, there was knight d5 also. Yeah.
Yeah.
Directly.
Start with knight d5.
Knight d5, I think knight takes e5, right?
What's going on here? Okay.
Oh, you're taking this way to e3. I take on f7. Yeah, I've lost track actually. What's going on? Maybe bishop h6.
But now I can just go queen b6, yeah, and I have like I give the rook and I have all the pieces here.
Excuse me, where?
Bishop h6, queen b6, queen b6.
bishop takes f8. Some knight c3 is not working yet.
You wanted to just capture back, right, Abhijit?
I wanted to just capture rook f8. Gen.
Also, if I wanted to be cute, I wanted to go bishop g7 check, knight g7, king g7, queen g4 check, takes c4. But in the end, you'll have knight e3. So I'm not sure I'm really improving my case.
It's a lot to give the bishop for, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so ed5, knight d6, knight d3 might not be it. What would be it?
But queen into b4, we didn't find any problems with it, did we?
Yes. Queen d7.
So knight d3, you go to b8.
Say that again?
No, knight d3, you go rook b8. Yeah, rook f8, I guess, after queen d7.
Yes. And then queen h4, I have knight takes d5. But that doesn't convince me at all for black, yeah. For white. Sorry.
But rook f8, queen c3, if I go queen c3. So knight d3, rook f8, yeah, queen c3.
Yes. What about queen c7 instead of queen d7? Because you could play queen c5. Maybe queen c7 so that I have knight c4.
But probably I can just play queen d6, no? Or
then if I go queen, there even queen takes b6, bishop takes b6, move my knight and try to play f5. Or not really.
Knight d7 or knight g4?
No, I could go knight c4. Let's try knight c4. But I'm sure some d6 intermezzo will work.
Yeah,
so
d6
bishop
looks powerful here.
I thought even bishop c7 simply threatening d6.
Yeah. I mean, at least bishop c7, I could play knight e8 and get something back.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, d6 is killing.
d6. But maybe you can, for queen b6, maybe you can play queen c4, and if I go queen c6, maybe go rook c8, rook f c8, or some rook to c8. And
yeah, but queen c4, you have rook takes f6?
Okay. So instead of queen c6, Srinath, there is rook takes f6. But not entirely sure actually. So
were we looking at rook b8 right here? No,
yeah.
Right? Then there's rook into d6. Then there's rook into d6, right?
Yeah.
So we're now discussing king h8, right?
Yeah, we're now discussing king h8 out here. Which looks like the only move. From the other options we have seen here, we had looked at, we had a brief look at knight d6, we had a brief look at d4, and I think we established that it was quite good for white there.
Right. My feeling is also that, well, I don't see another move besides king. I mean, I could try rook a6 or something. Maybe rook a5 works. I mean.
But how do you?
And bishop h6 again,
sacrifice?
king h8, yeah?
Yes, I want to sacrifice, but I can't say with a great deal of enthusiasm.
And after king h8, we found that bishop h6.
No,
We looked at
ED5.
bishop h6 and e into d5. Yeah. ED5, rook a5, or knight d6. We had to look at knight d6 for the most part. And rook a5 is the other move, yeah. And knight d6, I think we concluded that white was doing pretty decent after queen into b4.
Yeah.
Also, if not d6, knight d6 and d6 is also in the area.
Right. How is rook a5 here?
I guess d6, no?
Yeah, d6 was d6. This was what we had seen. True. I was just trying to make sense of all the variations I had here. Wow. So Alireza seems to be off book, or do you think there's still a chance he's recollecting something?
It's not impossible, but this seems like just that something has gone wrong.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of things going wrong, let us go to Ding's Caruana's game, because for some reason Fabiano just gave up a pawn.
Oh, okay. So we were having a look at this question, short castle, where we are looking, where Vishy felt that it was pretty close to equal after rook e8, the idea of rook c8, and here Ding played the queen to b3 to prepare against rook c8, because if black plays rook c8, rook into c8, queen into c8, white just takes the pawn on b6. But queen into b6, and now...
But this is what exactly happened in this game.
Exactly. This is exactly what happened, and now black just played a4. Do you think there is enough compensation here, Vishy, first of all? Are you
okay? One quick thing. They have Rapport and Hikaru have played rook d2, knight g5, and knight a5 has happened.
Oh, exactly what we were discussing.
So, yes.
And here we had a few options, right?
Yeah, we saw rook
now
b8.
that I'm even thinking, can I play knight f7? Yeah. Because if knight takes a5, b7, I go rook b8. And I take on b2, hopefully generating enough counterplay. And if we don't take, I've rotated my knight to d6, which must be awesome for black.
But can I play rook d3 here? Rook d3, the idea to go rook b3?
Okay, so after knight f7, you want to go rook d3.
Yeah.
Then I can go even knight e5. You have to now go rook c3.
Yeah, I have to.
And then I go rook b8. And at some point in the future, I will play b6, I mean c5 and b6 as well.
But maybe now I can play f4, no? f4 or f3, one of them.
Yes, that is true. Okay, so knight f7, rook d3. Let me go knight e5. What do you play?
Rook c3. And now here I was thinking rook d8.
I can play c5 after rook c3. You might be right, Srinath, that you can also play
rook d8, yeah?
Rook d8, yes. Because you can come after the king side pawns and kick up a mess.
Yeah, this looks like counterplay.
Yeah.
And the other one is c5 here. Which also looks no reason for black to not play it.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to Ding Caruana. Why did Fabi feel this was necessary? After rook 8, simply when Ding went queen b3. And then he has this idea rook c3, rook c1. And so black is not in time to challenge that.
Right. But can't you still play Queen D7 here?
Where?
Instead of Rook C8?
Mm-hmm. So Rook C3?
But yeah, Rook C3, Rook
Even
C8.
Rook C2. I would prefer the Rook to be in a defended square. But okay, Rook C2 maybe. So that after A4, Queen D6, I'm not... B2 is defended. But I realize that doesn't make sense because Rook FB8 is quite strong there.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
Rook C2, A4, you can go Queen B4 and the pressure is still there.
If I just try to...
So a little bit of...
No, yeah, right. I was thinking to try and trade with Rook C8, but you can just take Rook C8 then, yeah?
Yeah. But
even
Fabi
this
has
looks
gone
like a better
A4.
version.
Fabi has gone A4. Now I would want to play Knight B1 C3, but you'll have Knight E4, so that won't work. Or does it? Can I go Knight B1? Or is Queen B8 then very strong? No, Queen B8, I can take Rook C1 and I get what I want.
And if some moves like G6, G5, probably play Rook C2 and then come out slowly, yeah?
Yes, and then F3 and Knight C3 or...
So maybe I have to play after Knight B1, Knight E4. Yes.
Then I thought I have F3. So the only
F3,
reason
yeah.
I did this because
But
I have no squares with the
Can
knight.
I play Knight D6? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I get my Knight C3, which is a kind of dream setup. But
So maybe if I start with Queen C2 here, like after Knight B1.
okay, then Knight C3, you want to go now, Knight E4.
Knight E4, yeah.
Yes. Best to have a very active queen, no?
Yeah.
But instead of Knight D1, couldn't we play B3 there? And Queen C2, Queen B4, like. And I don't know how to evaluate.
Yes. Certainly, Fabi is. I would think this is the wrong guy to play this kind of position with. Why do this against Ding? Because he's very good at this exactly this kind of position.
You mean there's a whole decision to play Rook 8, Rook C8, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, put the pawn on G3, he's back in his Catalan. I mean, it's just so Queen B4, yes, Abhijit is going for it.
Queen B4, Queen C2, B3 is the idea now, right?
Wait, Queen B4, Queen C2, what if I go Knight F3?
Okay, so
You could go Knight E4 because Knight E1, you go Queen D1 and I don't have a way to improve. Okay. So Queen C2, maybe I have to play B3. Or can I play my Knight B1 idea anyway? After Queen B4, Queen C2, Knight D1.
and Knight E4, once again, you probably would go F3, yeah?
I'm myself amazed that this move works, but it seems to. But if I go F3, you go back to F6. And then if I go Knight C3, you could maybe play Queen D2 and take that. No, because then I have Knight takes D5.
D5.
So you have to play queen d3, whereupon I go rook e1, and then I'm collecting on a4. Yeah, maybe knight b1 is a decent move after queen c2.
But okay, let me just wait. Let me just wait. Not play knight e4. Let me play rook a8 maybe. If knight c3, then I play knight e4.
Okay, but I could go queen c3
and rook c8.
Yes, and then I would take on c2, rook c2, knight c3, rook b2, rook a1, and then try to see if I can take on a4, move the knight.
But knight e4,
yeah.
So knight takes a4, rook takes f2, knight c5, and don't I get my rook behind the pass pawn? Or you're claiming that you'll go rook e2, rook e3, and crawl up?
Yeah, black has to do that.
Yeah, so knight b1, queen c2, knight c3, knight e4. No, I have knight takes a4, don't I?
No, I'll play rook a8 now. So knight b1.
Oh, queen c2, knight b1, rook a8 first, right?
Yeah.
But then I go knight c3, knight e4, queen b7. Where do you go?
Rook f8.
Mm-hmm. Yes, some technical issues still. Maybe queen c2, b3 is the right way after all.
b3 if I take and go knight e4 here.
First of all, let's say knight c5. But then you want to take and go rook c8 and try to. But there also I get my rook behind the pass pawn. But it's true, 5 versus 4 is not the easiest one. You bring your king to d6 and play e5. Maybe not that easy.
Right. So I guess white is pressing here, but I feel there's also decent potential for concrete counterplay for black. Do you?
It's a small edge, but I don't see the attraction for Fabi.
He had better options.
I should think so. But somehow, well, this is where he is. So.
Right. So yeah, I think that's how the game stand for the moment. Rapport, Hikaru. Let's bring a quick overview of the games before we head into a break. Rapport, Hikaru. I think a slight, slightly better for white. Black has pretty decent chances to equalize. In fact, I think it's become more equal than slightly better for white.
Yes, in fact, Hikaru has done something very interesting, which is he's just ignored this thing and gone h4.
Right.
But the thing is, after h4, if I play b3, what exactly is happening? Then he would go hg2, king g2, knight takes e4, rook e2, f5, because it's no longer winning.
Yeah, right.
But then I would play knight c5. So, but knight takes b7, rook b8 might be just the best because that king is still weak on the back rank. Okay, Rapport has played rook d3. And if Hikaru now goes ahead with e4, h3, then we'll have to see what's happening.
True. And the other games,
Firouzja has gone for a3.
Firouzja has thrown in a3 at the beginning of the line. And whether that's enough to change my evaluation, I don't know. But at least it's a nice twist. You get in something in the beginning. So.
Yeah. So, we haven't looked at Radjabov's game, but it looks fairly equal to me right now. So, probably it's a time to take a small breather, I guess. And
sure. No, I'm just wondering how much, if A4, A5 is a good plan for Duda. It should be.
But I can even just simply take on E4 and play Queen G4. Yeah, should not be
G4, right?
such.
Then I have Queen F6, and then you have Queen G5. Yeah, sure. So that's killing it, right? And if I go EF5, you can play Rook G5, and that's probably going to be fine as well.
The black's holding tight here. So that's halfway of the first time control. 4 interesting games, all not quite evenly poised. White is better in a couple of games, a couple of them completely equal. But we'll be back after a short little break. Meanwhile, chat, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and we'll be back in a very short time.
About to promote, and the other 2 pawns are obstructed by its own pieces. Nevertheless, these 3 pawns are still very dangerous, but White makes use of those 2 knights and wins the game. And the brilliant move is knight Ge4. If you are considering knight D3, the best result possible here is a draw by perpetual. So knight Ge4 is very important. And now after knight Ge4, if black plays f1 is equal to knight, White can just play king h3, and this mate that follows cannot be stopped. Same is the case for rook a1. There's check and then checkmate. After knight Ge4, even queen doesn't help because there's a checkmate. So after knight Ge4, the main continuation is king d1. And after
being able to cope with those few losses you do is incredibly valuable. And sometimes you don't even have to believe what you're saying. You just need to have that psychology of, yeah, it's okay, I lost, it's okay, there's another game coming in. And actually this matchup is going to be a very good illustration of just that.
The oldest player in Madrid at age 35, Timur Radjabov is competing for the 3rd time at the Candidates and for the first time in 9 years. Once ranked in the top 5 in the world, Raja qualified for the Candidates 2 years ago, but was unable to compete due to COVID concerns. For this year's tournament, FIDE offered Raja a wild card, which Raja accepted. Born in the same Azerbaijani city as former world champion Garry Kasparov, Raja beat Garry Kasparov at age 15. In fact, he has never lost to the former world champion. One of the peak achievements of Radjabov's career was his victory at the FIDE World Cup. In that tournament, he defeated the top seed Ding Liren in the final to qualify for the 2020 Candidates Tournament. In Madrid, Raja hopes that he can lean on his experience at the candidates to post some impressive performances, even though expectations for him here are not as high as they once were.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE-Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time should he win the candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is
looking forward to your first pun of the day.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So, it's not mine. Someone anonymous sent it. Okay.
Okay.
So, what is the favorite strategy of a person who has OCD?
Favorite tell me.
Double check.
Oh, look at you go. Look at you go. Oh, man.
It's not mine, though. I would have been very happy if it was mine, but yes. Shout out to the guy who made this pun.
That is adorable. And the chat loves it. They're happy. Your pun game is strong. Do you think you're a super GM when it comes to puns? What's your level?
I'm trying. I try. I'm like 1900.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I will make more puns throughout it, and then you rate me in the end. Rate my pun game.
Okay, I'll definitely give you a rating. Also, I'm being criticized for not taking a guess. I had no idea what you were going to say, so good on you.
Actually, it's better if you don't guess it. Then the punch is more powerful.
Oh, well, see, there it is. I did the right thing, but I'm a little scared that you have puns.
Yeah, I'm just it's a lockdown. You have not much to do, so why not?
So have you been writing these puns yourself, like coming up with them?
Yeah, because of some comedian friends of mine, I got this habit of making puns. So now I'm completely digging it.
You're the commentary hero I didn't know I needed. This is what's happening here. Not only do you have puns in store for me that you've actually put effort into, you're letting me know they're coming. I appreciate that.
But you're making decisions too quickly. It could also be that the puns are horrible. Who knows?
Well, so they probably will. No, they probably will be horrible. I'm anticipating that, but I appreciate you letting me know in advance, because Danny, who I commentate with all the time, he just says pun after pun that it is terrible, but I have to roll my eyes because he didn't let me know it's coming at that specific moment.
Okay. One more pun.
I'm ready. What's the pun?
Okay, again, it's not mine. It's made by the comedian, in that show. But I'm sure you have not heard it. So it's just for you.
Okay.
So why is the light squared bishop so fast?
Because it moves at the speed of light?
No, because it's on F1.
Oh my gosh, I thought I had a good answer. I thought I had a little, a punny response to your pun, but that's a good one.
That's why he's a comedian and I'm not.
And I like the chat saying, thanks for the pun warning, Vidit. I turned the volume down.
I think he's the same guy who said that he's going to leave the channel. I think it's the same guy.
Yeah, you just went full Michael Schumacher on me, and I don't know if I appreciate it. But your puns are good. They're gold. I'm happy to be the person that you bounce them off of.
And because I have really bad ones, and I don't know what I'll miss next.
But can you just give me a pun?
It's again a well-known pun. I think it's pretty common.
Okay.
Why did no one apply at Capablanca's company? Because he had no opening.
Oh my gosh. That actually was kind of good. I like that one. I never heard it before. If I had heard it, I would have.
It's not mine. It's a friend of mine's.
So do you have any puns yourself, or you're just all recycled material?
All my puns now will be from my friends. So if it's a bad one, they'll get the credit anyways.
So are the puns really, are the friends just you? Like you're pretending to be your own friend?
Yes, it's my virtual me,
Okay, I approve. So
no, I'm kidding. It's really by a friend of mine.
You just have the best friends in the world.
Okay. So what is the favorite strategy of a person who has visited a bank for the first time?
Discover check.
Yeah.
You just are a man with limitless puns. I don't know how you do it, but you do it. So you got to do a pun now, over 6K on.
Oh, okay. I did tell this pun in my own stream, but I'll go for it again, right?
Okay.
So, wait, what was it?
That's a great pun.
Okay. Why did Amazon hire Petrosian?
Welcome back, everyone, to the round 4 of the candidates. And we are back with Vishy. And how is the game's sorry? How has the game's changed since we last left during the break? Let's have a quick overview of all the different games first, once again, to begin with. And C5 exactly played in Rapport. Hikaru, this is what we had seen, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, to be honest, I thought of it in another position with the knight on e5, but it's dynamic enough.
Right. But I think the game which has been catching everyone's attention is once again Nepomniachtchi Alireza game, where Alireza played a3 just when you're about to tune out, b3, king h8, a into d5. Jan still making these moves quickly, while Alireza going quite deep into the thought. Seems a bit lost, Vishy.
It looks like Jan now feels his position is good, or he knows it's good, and Alireza feels the opposite. That would be my sense of what's going on at the board.
And how's Black's defensive resources here? Would it be possible to start with knight d6 right away, kind of similar to the positions we have seen earlier, but with a3 and b3 included?
I'm tempted to say that queen takes b4 looks fairly straightforward for white. The only thing I'm wondering is whether I should play rook takes f6, bishop takes f6, queen takes b4, because even a3 has been settled, but I probably wouldn't do it in the end anyway. So, but in 96, queen takes b4, do you have a knockout blow?
I don't see one. Looks like Black has to play slow, and a3 b3 doesn't really quite help Black here. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. On the other hand, let's say I play queen c7. You could go queen c5. You could also go bishop b6.
Yeah.
Maybe can we go queen c7 directly, because now I guess for d6, knight d6, rook f6, maybe knight b5 is an option.
I lost you. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. So instead of like after a3 b3, instead of knight d6, maybe queen c7, and
if d6.
D6, knight d6, rook f6, maybe knight b5 is an option now because of
b5.
Yeah.
This is a very nice intermezzo, I think.
Although maybe you can just come back, yeah? Rook f1.
But then knight c3.
King a1. Then just rook d8.
Rook d8 and then knight takes
e4,
d1 and something.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks not right for white. Yeah.
So into d5, queen c7 looks legit.
Yes.
You can also start with rook f6 actually, instead of d6.
Where exactly?
Instead of d6, like after queen c7.
Oh yeah, right here.
Yeah, so this is, I guess I have to take with the bishop now. And d6 now. Yeah.
This again looks strong.
Yeah.
This knight's never coming to b5, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, it has to be said, at least a3, b3 means that the knight can now go to f5 because knight e4 comes on the spot. So queen c7.
Yeah, but when you take rook and f6, you just eliminate this.
Queen c7, can I play bishop g5? Oh, you can even play knight takes d5 there.
So queen d5, queen c3.
No, queen d5, queen c3, knight d3 wins. Yes,
but maybe it's still okay.
How?
Because the bar is not going, in right directions.
Ah, okay.
Rook a5, is it? Oh no, rook a5 is not a move.
Okay, he has gone knight d6. But now I think we're agreed that queen b4 must be decent, right?
Yep.
Unless he's going to go something quite like rook g8.
Yeah, very
the
strange.
Pressure talking, yeah?
Yeah, very strange choice by Alireza in general. Yeah, to first play this line and then not really following through. I don't know, like something has gone completely wrong. Either in his prep or he doesn't remember something.
I mean, I commend the fact that he is willing to go to the sharpest lines, but when I don't remember the sharpest line, I would go for the next one. I mean, especially this line is kind of strange to wander around and your opponent confidently charges in.
Yeah.
Do you think the players are also faced with a different level of depth of preparation in a tournament like Candidates Vishy? And the inexperience in Alireza's case?
I'm sure he's consulted people, so that shouldn't be a big problem. In these days, most people can tell you how to go about it and that you need to clean up your work. Of course, they all have worked for several months with good seconds. And also why go into this line if you're struggling for moves? Because if you make the best moves, things work perfectly. And you make the second best move, you might often sit there suffering for hours. So the attraction is not evident to me. Though I realize that Alireza is trying to bend the tournament to his will, but
yeah, also in the first round,
not necessarily going to happen. Sorry.
Also in the first round, he chose this Vienna with b5, which was not the most solid line out there.
But the Vienna b5 is not insane like this Naidov. This Naidov so computerized, especially if someone knows the best correspondence or computer games here. This is a very unpleasant line to face.
Yeah.
It's still dangerous even for white.
Yeah.
But the odds are quite nice.
No, also it feels like Alireza has simply been out prepared in this game, even if not concretely. Yeah. That's a status update in the Nepomniachtchi Alireza game. He has taken queen into b4. Not surprising that Jan didn't take a lot of time there. He's taken queen into b4. And here it was not easy to find moves with black as far as we have seen so far.
Yeah.
Rook
We
G8.
just haven't looked hard enough. But and Hikaru Rapport also looks kind of
liquid.
Yes. It's hard to believe that white is going to be better here.
Yeah.
Knight d4 is a direct threat, isn't it?
Yes. Also, some move like a6, and then knight is going to have a hell of a time coming back. Even if it's not easy to take it.
Would you just bail out with white here, or already start trying to find ways to do so?
What is the bailout? Knight d8 check? But I can actually come
knight
king
d8 check
e5.
was one I was thinking.
I can come king e5.
No, I guess I can just take on a7. No, I think this was and go knight b, come knight b5.
But now this h3 pawn is kind of fixed in a not ideal place. Knight a7, rook a8, knight
b5,
b5, rook takes b2, knight c7, check, king e5. You're right. I don't think this is going to worry white.
Probably just knight d5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually here also the tournament format is like after every 3 rounds there is a rest day. So usually what do people do on the rest day? They actually rest, they prepare, or
I would do some preparation, get in some nice walks. Also, I used to normally start preparing only after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the rest day. So that half day was very important to switch off. But each one might have a different routine. But this is the chance. You might go to a restaurant far away. You might go for a movie. You might do something, something to kick off a little stress. You wouldn't rest too much, but at least a little bit you should exploit. Given that you also only have 3 days. So here I think the routine is prepare for 2 whites and 1 black, then prepare for 2 blacks and 1 white, and something like that because it's spread out. Of course, everybody will have their double at some point to ruin this calculation, but yeah, you get my drift. So
yeah. So like when you were playing this World Championship matches or in the candidates, like during the rest day, were you actually watching movies or some TV series or only preparing? I mean, the stress must be immense, so that's why I wanted to know if
I would. I mean, the night before the rest day was the best of all because you tell your second is so happy because he knows nothing is going to happen. So both of you can catch up on sleep. You can watch something. You just switch.
I think it depends on who you're working for.
And then, well, that is true. At least my seconds knew that the rest day was a good day. But the next day, I typically also am in denial till midday that I'm going to have to work again. And then I realized that I should get some work done. But I remember when I was playing Karyakin in Hanti Mansisk, it was after the rest day. And I think we might have even started early because I was going to switch to the Queen's Gambit decline. So I felt that it was important to cover all the material thoroughly and all that. And so I might have started a bit earlier. So if you're going to switch something or change something, you might give us extra time to work.
Also, like in the World Championship match against Topolo, where in the final game you played Queen's Gambit declined. Also, like this was after the rest day, I think, the final game.
That's right.
And
but
throughout
there,
the match,
my seconds were working all night. Not the rest day, but the next day. So on the day of the rest day, they were working. We started at some decent hour. But the day of the game, the 12th game, they actually worked till 5 in the morning before all the loose ends had been tied up.
Talking about that, Vishy, Magnus's seconds, they stay at a completely different location in a different time zone during his World Championship matches. For example, the last one, they stayed at Thailand. So when they worked through their day, it was the night for Magnus and Peter Hin. And do you think that would help with productivity in any way? Do you think that was like a step forward in the evolution of World Championship preparation?
It's an innovative, it's a good thought. And actually the idea of remote seconds, but I dismissed it at that time because I just thought there is too much to be done and you need to be able to see your seconds and face them and all that. So I did not.
They're giving you the briefs and
I
stuff?
did not consider this very much. Magnus actually pioneered this. He started already in Chennai and then continued this tradition later. So for Chennai, his seconds were all in Norway, and then I think so. And then they went to, or maybe that was a Sochi match that they were in Norway. And then after that, Gusti came in and he obviously went off to Thailand. That's all. You do lose some thing, but I assume PH was sitting and coordinating the material so that nothing got lost. And if you can do that, it's fine. That is an option. I'd never considered it myself. Also, things changed dramatically between 2010 and 2014. Computers were changing quite fast in that period. So the nature of teamwork also evolved. In 2008, we used computers a lot and we did some very interesting stuff. But even so, I think the pace of change quickened in that period quite fast.
Right. Meanwhile, you have an update on the Alireza game. Alireza has just played the rook to c8. He has 25 minutes remaining. Yeah.
That is probably a good waiting move because he now has. Does he have a threat? He doesn't threaten anything because I can always play
knight c4. Right? Does d6.
Yes. So the question is, what should white play? Should he go bishop g5 here? Should he play something else? I don't know.
But off the bat, it looks like it's still a very complex position for white, right? It's not at all easy. I see chat going like it's +6 for Nepo, but I don't feel +6 with white here.
Yes, it's not +6 for me. I would suspect it's +1 or 2, but +6 surprises me a bit. But again, if Nepo has even scrolled down this variation very fast without taking down very much, but he happened to see +6 and see the key move, these things make a huge difference. If you do that, you're almost at +5.8 because you're missing very little. But otherwise, you can easily squander a lot. So.
Yeah. Also, I guess just simply knight c2, I don't know, and maybe bring the bishop to c1 and maybe take this pawn as well.
Yeah, I was considering knight c2, then queen c7 maybe.
Can I? Yeah, I want to play c4, but I guess rook b8, yeah?
Yes.
So
Queen c5 is a move here.
Queen d7. Queen a7.
That's yeah. I was also considering taking rook into f6 right here. And
Yeah, it's a tempting move to make because you eliminate so many problems, and you can also collect this pawn on a3 and get your 4 versus 2, but it is an exchange.
Yeah,
and one or two moves later, black still has the option of playing f5, and then it's not a question of how many pass pawns you have, but how fast they move. So, but let's try and just imagine what could possibly be +6 in this. Or maybe some of our viewers don't have a very good comp. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, what could be the point? Bishop c5 seems like a good place to start, but queen c7 is a thing.
I see in the chat somebody has mentioned bishop d6 here. And if queen e8, then rook f6. If queen d7, then queen e1. Probably.
Oh, okay, queen e1.
But this is not at all obvious, right? Bishop d6 and then going queen e1.
Not to me, at least.
Okay, he played it, so it's obvious to Nepo at least, it seems.
He played it fairly quickly.
Do you want to jump to this game, Ding's game, probably? Because
yeah, sure.
We have some.
It's on this position, yeah, with knight e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight into b3, knight e4. I think we had something.
We were looking at knight c5 actually here, I think, but we thought that it's quite
takes and rook
different.
c8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fabi keeping things in control here.
But knight c5, what do you play? Knight takes c5, I go queen takes c5, right? Because then I get two connected pass pawns. I mean, two pass pawns with the rook behind it.
True.
f3 knight c3 looks wrong, right? Because it's so it must be this one of the others.
Yeah, it's not clear to me at all how black defends here.
Maybe queen a2, but queen c3, yeah, you can drive me with rook a1. No, this is not right.
And queen
b4. After?
After queen into c5.
Queen b2.
Yeah, I guess you just go some rook c1 and queen c3 here, yeah?
Or even queen b4, no?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, just queen b4.
So I guess you have to take, I guess, queen c5, dc5. How is this endgame? Rook c8, rook c1, and maybe rook c6.
Bring the king up to d7 and put the rook on a6 and so on.
Yeah.
It should be fairly defensible. What else can I go do? Knight a1 and all, it looks ridiculous. Maybe I could play a4.
a4, I was wondering if I could play queen c4. Like.
I think that's right. Because of queen a3, knight c3, and then there's a very strong threat of knight e2, g3.
Yeah, it feels like white doesn't have a lot after knight e4.
I think knight c5 is still a good shot because takes, queen c5 takes, and push this pawn up a bit. It's quite decent odds, I think.
When I saw this at first, I thought this looks really good for white. But if we spend more time here, how much chance do you think white has? And it's all kind of force for Fabiano, right? After knight c5.
Yeah, I guess he has to take.
Knight c5. I don't see anything else, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Knight takes c5, queen c5, and this is a decision-taking point, but also here it looks like after some thought, Fabiano should go for queen to c5.
Yeah.
And in the game of Hikaru, I think, yeah, Rapport went for this line. Knight a7, rook a8, knight b5, rook a2, knight c7, king e5, knight d5, what we discussed.
Oh, this is
Do you have any serious winning odds if I go rook takes b2 and allow f4 check? Or maybe there's something a bit more exact. Hang on.
You have to take on g5, right?
Yeah, rook b2, f4 check, king e4, fg5 is forced, fg5.
Rook in a c2, does it even lose to just knight at f6 and g6?
No, why?
No, you have rook a2, rook a1. Rook a8.
You can start
rook
with
a2,
something.
Rook a8 and give the rook on g8 and push my c pawn.
Yeah,
b pawn.
yeah.
But you can start with gf6, no?
Much simpler. gf6 wins. So f into g5, rook d2, I guess. Or
f into g5, f into g5, and then you want to go rook d2, yeah?
Yeah, it was my first thought.
Okay, I go b5. Seems to be a very high margin for a draw, right?
Yes. No, I think you have to fight against the king activity, no? Some move the king out. Knight c3 or knight f6 check start with.
Okay, Nepo played queen e1 instantly. Either he's a very good calculator or he's seen this line before.
Wow. I would think it's likely to be the second one. He's probably seen this line before.
Yes. Actually, even if it flashes by and you don't remember very much, a detail like this is might stick in your memory.
Yeah. This looks very accurate.
And now it looks like +6 actually.
And very sophisticated.
Yes. And again, just very strange choice by Firouzja.
Yeah. Also the body language now.
I mean, you have to admire his combative spirit, but without the right preparation and without the details, why this line? I would have to, I mean, I keep banging the same drum, but I would have to ask why this line.
Yeah.
Radjabov is actually threatening a mate in 2 if white moves his queen to the wrong square. That does seem unlikely. But after queen e2, I could play rook f5, tempting you again to play f3. So, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah. So I guess, what is your prediction? How many decisive results we'll have besides Nepo's game?
Oh, you took my easiest prediction away. Okay. I would say maybe one more. But
really?
Which one?
The other three don't look. That's why I'm taking only one out of the remaining three, but it could be 0 out of the remaining 3.
Yeah, I mean, out of the 4 positions, it looks like 2 of them are pretty equal. Teemu looks completely safe here. Yeah, very comfortable.
Well, there is still this A5, but my king can be safe on D7, right?
Yes.
If I go Queen E2, how do you go about things?
Rook F5.
Rook A2. I don't like this rook on F5 very much.
But also, instead of Rook F5, can't I simply play some Queen G4 and ask you what are you doing next?
Then I'll play F3, but it's true that
maybe Queen G3, Queen G3 tempt you again. Maybe Queen G3, yeah?
Oh, that's very nice. That is nice, yeah. Then I could play F4. Queen F4, Rook F1, Queen G4. No, it doesn't work. So...
And in Hikaru's position, we don't have to give the piece, right? Like, there must be some normal move as well.
Which one?
In Hikaru's game, I mean, we don't have to give the piece, right?
If you don't give the piece, what is your move? Oh, it's a knight takes e4 simply. Maybe just knight takes e4, yeah?
Or even knight e6, no? Like, just stopping.
Knight e6, knight takes b6.
So Rook a1, King h. So maybe Rook a1 to start with, and see where your king is going.
G2 and then knight e6.
Then yeah.
Maybe Rook f3 there.
Okay, Rook c1. Or maybe Rook e1 also. Maybe okay, Rook c1, c3, Rook e1 or Rook e1 directly.
Yeah. That's true. This sack might not be necessary or called for.
We have an update actually in this Ding's game. He has gone a4, Queen c4.
Okay. Then I think this is going nowhere.
Yeah.
He now took on c4.
Yeah. And knight c5.
Knight c5. So knight c5, dc5, rook c8. Let's say I go rook a1, rook takes c5, king f1, and I try to come and blockade it very quickly.
Oh, this can get dangerous for black actually.
Yeah, so let's work this out. Knight c5, dc5, rook c8, rook a1, rook takes c5. King f1, c3, king e2. Or king e1 maybe. And then you go rook. But you still have to clear the back rank for yourself. So there is one extra move as well that black is missing there. This might actually slip out of control.
He has to be careful, yeah. D to c5.
Maybe start with rook a8, yeah, and then
maybe start with rook a8 and bring the king. Exactly.
When?
So instead of rook c8,
rook a8, rook a1, and then what? c3.
King f8.
King f1.
King E2.
Isn't the black king coming on time after King E7?
King E7, A5.
King D7, A6, King
Rook
C6,
A5.
Rook A5, C3,
King E2?
Maybe Rook D8.
After?
After
King E2.
I can't play F7, C2, A8 queen because you're queening on C1. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you just look at this King E2 and think white is doing well here, right? From far. Not an easy decision for black to make.
Yeah.
Here we have the evaluation bar, so we know that black is not losing here, and then we find something.
Of course.
But
no, at the game, at the board, you think about it, but correct. Rook 8, I think, is a good way to start. What could I do after Rook 8? Rook A1, then you go King F8, yeah.
tricky, yeah? Tricky for black.
Yes. But not very much, maybe, as long as you...
and if instead of Rook A1, if I try to do Rook B1, Rook B4, and try to have this C1.
Okay, Rook B1, King F8.
That should be easier to have. Rook B1, King F8. No, King F8.
Oh yeah, I didn't make them.
C3 probably. C4. C2. And Rook F.
Rook C2, Rook C4. If my king is on E7, it might not be very much.
Yeah.
Because it takes your pawn a while to get there, yeah.
Right. I think that's a good time to have a bit of conclusion on all the different games. And we'll let you go right there, Vishy. Thank you so much for joining us once again, and look forward to see you again on the broadcast very soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Srinath, thanks a lot, Abhijit. Today was an exciting game. Unfortunately, it seems like an accident happened, and now it. And Jan has an RN16 to Firouzja's 9 minutes. I think that tells you the story of what's happened. The other games aren't dramatic, but we could still have some excitement.
Do you think it's going to be one win with Jan and 3 draws on all the other boards? Do you think that's a safe prediction?
I think that's a good prediction, yes. In fact, Duda capture on F4, so that's game that looks like a draw to me.
Great. Thank you so much once again, Vishy. And chat, before we head into a break, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the chess.com India broadcast of the round 4 of FIDE Candidates. And meanwhile, if you also want to wear what Abhijit is wearing right now, then do check out redwolf.in and find your favorite chess.com t-shirts, including Title Tuesday, chess.com, and I Play on chess.com, available in various colors. And I don't even feel like the merchandise went off because I see you wearing it right away, Abhijit.
Yeah, it feels so nice. Also, like I said earlier, also it's quite comfortable also, and you generally don't have so many chess T-shirts here, and it's very like I feel very proud when you are as a chess player, you wear something chess some chess thing, and then you go out of your house and then sort of show people that chess is also popular. And
Absolutely.
So yeah, there was a link there in the description, and there is a link in the chat as well. So
absolutely, and I love the chat going Vishy OP. I actually feel a bit shy of saying things like OP in front of Vishy,
Yeah.
But let us keep that going, Vishy OP. And once again, big thank you to Vishy. It's always a pleasure to have him. When he comes on, the energy just changes completely. And you show him a chess question, he instantly goes into it, and he goes quite deep and fast just in a few seconds. It's almost like turning on a nicer version of Stockfish.
Yeah. Also, because this Stockfish can talk, I don't know. I also explain.
Exactly.
Also, like just to point out that the position we were discussing, this Hikaru's position, like before Vishy joined us, we were dilly-dallying between maybe white is a little bit better, maybe not, and he immediately pointed out that G5, G4, knight G5 idea, which we sort of completely ignored, in that position earlier. We were just thinking from white side, maybe we go F3, bring the knight to E3, and then, but yeah, G4, knight G5, and he was like, what do you do here?
He was absolutely on point. And what I always notice whenever I discuss chess with him is he never turns on the engine, or he never gets affected by it. It's not natural for him to just look towards that direction. I have discussed chess with him on chess.com with the evaluation bar right there, and sometimes even the lines open. He just never looks at that side. Whereas for me, the first thing I do is I just automatically go. And I think that's a big correlation between how strong someone is. The less they use engines to think, the stronger they tend to be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because even like the last variation where we're seeing this Rook pawn endgame in this Fabi's game, because I saw the bar is like right in the middle, I got to like find there is Rook d8. Otherwise, I would also probably think that maybe it's just white is just winning over there. So yeah,
exactly.
Same thing goes with me also. Like if there is an engine running somewhere, I would try not to look at it, but my mind, my eyes will first try to go there.
Yes, absolutely.
It's sort of instinctive, if it's there, you will just want to see it. If it's not there, you don't care. But if it's there, you absolutely want to see it.
Yes, and I think even when it's not there, you spend like some 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes in a position. At some point, you're curious, at least to see if you're right, at least to see if you figure out the position, you understood it right. But I think Vishy he's just so used to thinking on his own, and he's also had people to guide him whenever he needs help of engines. And it's a fantastic setup. It's a fantastic brain, a beautiful mind.
Definitely a beautiful mind. And let's just dive right into this game of Nepo versus Firouzja, because I think the end is going to come very soon for Alireza in this game.
Yes, I think let's go there and stick to it. Queen E1 on the board. Rook B8 played by Alireza with just 3 minutes to go of 14 moves, Abhijit. We used to, there used to be a time back before 2000 when there used to be no increment in these games. And there were these people who were literally time trouble addicts. They would go with 1 minute, and the clock would be this analog clock. So there would be a flag, and there would be a knob here and a flag. And then when it goes to 1 minute, it goes like this.
They starts banging that clock, Yeah,
exactly. Because
those times, like people used to tell me that because if you bang the clock hard, that flag might fall even before the knob runs all the way to the certain time. I remember you were telling about time travel. I remember PDS Girinath, one of the IMs from India.
Yes.
Every game, his flag used to be like this. But it's not like he would play bad after that. He would play actually quite well, and because psychologically you will be like, oh, he'll run out of time, he'll make mistakes. You also start to play fast, and he used to utilize that very well back then.
Yes, Abhijit. And I think in today's times we have Alexander Grishchuk at the very top, Nihal Sarin, and if we go for someone even younger, Leon Mendonca, who did a lot of this in recent times. But with increment, it's quite different. This is once again without increment. Alireza was born after 2000. So when he was born and started playing chess, he was already playing in an era where there was no non-incremental chess. Every game he played started out with an increment. Of course, he played 3+0 on chess.com, but you have pre-moves out there and you could make those moves a lot faster. But here he is he's ticking down. The clock is ticking down. It's going down to 2 minutes. He has 13 moves to make. And it could be a situation where he's just struggling here. He's struggling to survive. It's like he's drowning and he's not able to swim up. His hands are tied. He's drowning. His feet is tied, and he's just not able to move and fight away. And it's only a matter of moves, a matter of time before we have a result in this one. Oh, we also have the analog clock on the screen.
Oh, yeah, you can see on the bottom right, yeah?
Yeah. Chat, how many of you are born when people are playing chess with analog clock out here? What percentage? Do let us know in the chat if you have played a game of chess with an analog clock.
I've lost once, one time.
You did?
With the analog clock, yes. I was like a couple of Rook Cups. It was, I think, under 14 national or something. I was leading the event and I was completely winning, but there were some small tricks, around my king. So all of a sudden I'm seeing I'm lost on time. Yeah, it was like heartbreaking for me back then.
Oh yeah, 14 was a tough age for that to happen, I guess.
No, I was 11, but I was playing in 14, so.
Oh,
so I was 11.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I still remember that game. Like it's still there. That memory is still there in my mind. That bad memory.
PTSD.
Yeah.
PTSD triggered by Alireza. I'll give him the blame. I'm not going to take the blame for that. But he's played knight c4 here. How do you finish off black here, Abhijit?
I guess it's bishop c3. Yeah, just defend the bishop and okay.
Yeah, and I think maybe we can zoom out to the camera of Nepo and Alireza and have a smaller board because we are going towards the end. And I think this is perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop c3 is what we expect here.
Also quite natural, to play bishop c3. Your bishop is attacked, and yeah. Also, I feel, I guess rook f6 is also a move instead of bishop c3 because I see a tactic there that if you take with the bishop, you have queen f1.
Oh, beautiful one, Abhijit.
And so probably you have to take the bishop, I guess.
Bishop.
Yes. And
now you can even take the pawn, no? Queen
e5, yeah, exactly. Queen e5, maybe knight c4, but doesn't matter. Yeah, you just move the queen.
Queen d4, yeah.
Yeah, along the diagonal. He's played d6, I think.
Oh, he's played d6.
Yeah, also like
evaluation bar shoots up.
Yeah, also it's quite natural. Yeah, he goes bishop d8. And okay, what he's going to do.
Yeah, d6.
But I actually like rook f6. It was just finishing on the spot, yeah?
It was simple, true, Abhijit. It was simple, but Jan has his own ways of doing things, yeah?
Yeah, but for him, simple for him, this queen e1 move was simple, which I felt like was impossible to play over the board or see.
Yeah, but as Vishy said,
fast.
maybe he had seen it somewhere before in his prep, and maybe he just recollected it. That would be my guess.
Yeah, probably, because it's okay. It is possible to see it, but not so quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Not so quickly. It was as if someone had told him that it's +6 here, and you have to find this and when. Even then, we're not finding it.
Yeah,
you know, even when we told Vishy that it's +6, the chat told him bishop b6 didn't come into his mind, and it's Vishy. I mean, I understand if it's us struggling to find bishop b6, but it didn't occur to Vishy's mind. So
yeah. So how to finish off black now? Should we take
on bishop c7?
Yeah, bishop c7. I thought just rook b7.
And now the same rook into f6, queen f1. Now that I've seen it.
Yeah, maybe.
Maharnuz Darwala is asking why
queen
not
f1, queen e6. Yeah, queen f1, queen e6 now. Maybe it's not the end yet.
Knight e4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not the same effect. Yeah, like you can see the bar. Yeah.
I hate it when the bar does that. It never does that for Vishy.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Vishy makes these moves, yeah. He makes these really nice moves. Whatever comes out of him, it's usually of pretty good quality. And
not surprisingly, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, who's there? Which player is it obstructing the Vishy?
I think Hikaru, because I remember him wearing this blue suit. I think it's him.
It comes and he moves away. Bishop d8. What if I simply take bishop to d8, Abhijit?
Yeah, I wanted to take also. So I guess I have to take with the queen to defend my knight on f6.
Yeah.
And
now it's simply queen e2. I want to take the e5 pawn.
Let's say I go knight b2. Yeah. Otherwise, you just take. Yeah.
But I can take the e5 pawn. I think once I enter here, it's probably game over. I mean, once white enters here, it's probably game over because the king is going to.
So let's say if I play knight d1, would you take rook f6 or what?
Yeah, rook f6 was my intention. Oh,
something is coming. Yeah. Wait. What is it?
Man.
I saw it. Do you see?
Yeah, now I also see it. This is beautiful. Chat, can you find it black to play? This is so beautiful. And it's a bit unflattering to know that I can still lose against Alireza from this position, you know. This is why I hate playing these guys. This is just so beautiful. And again, Abhijit, you know, the only chance I get to play against someone like Alireza is these online games, the Blitz games. And I can bet that I would have done something like this, messed up, and he would have found this move. So many games.
And then you would be kicking yourself, and Alireza would be like, oh, who is this guy?
Yeah, exactly. It happens so much. I would go into a tilt. Not just with Alireza, you know, also with Nihal and Arjun. So much experience.
Oh my God. Nihal, I mean, I've lost so many this Blitz game with him. And I'll be like so much better, at some point. And then I don't know, suddenly they start making moves and which doesn't make sense to you, and all of a sudden you are seeing either you're so low on the clock or your position starts deteriorating.
Yes. He simply goes bishop c3. Now he goes for the simple stuff. Queen e6. Meanwhile, Kushagra Mohan is in the chat. Kushagra Mohan is actually, I think, quite a strong player if I recall right. And he's found the move, rook b5. The point being that if white goes queen d4, maintains the queen on this diagonal, black has this beautiful move, rook d5. Just follow the queen, don't allow any discovered check. And if queen goes to a1, which it has to maintain the diagonal and not allow some knight c3 check, black can simply go knight b2 and imprison this queen forever. So rook b5 is this beautiful move which I had missed. But getting back to the game, bishop c3 has been played. The queen goes to e6, and
But I don't like what he has done now. Like maybe it's still completely winning, but
why did he need to play d6?
Yeah, because d5 somehow it gives more control. Yeah, with the pawn on d5. I don't know.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Now this queen has come to e6, but only 68 seconds for 11 moves, Abhijit. And
first of all, making the time control will be difficult. Like even if Nepo blundered something.
Yeah, that's basically like 6 seconds per move.
Yeah. And it lost position. Like knight d3, how do you defend the pawn? Like basically, I think chat, the main thing is if you can take the e5 pawn, the game will be over once you take the e5 pawn. So that's what White is trying to do with all these moves at d6 with bishop c3.
Yeah, once you take out the e5 pawn, you just get access towards black's king. So knight d3, maybe knight to d7. Defend with all my might. Alireza would do that. He would defend with all his might. He would be like this wild animal that you're trying to capture, struggling all the way and not giving up till the tranquilizer works.
Or until you get eaten, yeah?
Until?
You get eaten.
Yeah, until you get eaten. Exactly.
Maybe king a1, yeah? Just simple, yeah? And I guess you have to move the knight, then I pick up the e5, and I don't see a way to sacrifice this knight in a better circumstances. So
yes, I think we have figured out the way to finish off this game, Abhijit. Attack the c4 pawn, take out the e5 pawn, attack the c4 knight, take out the e5 pawn, and it's game over. Meanwhile, the chat is going, the timer looks wrong. Chat, the timer is right. Alireza has 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. Nepomniachtchi has 1 hour, 4 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. This is the current situation. And the live position also, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. Queen black has just played queen e6 here, and I expect the game to not last for much longer.
Yeah. Also,
can
like
you do king
queen. Yeah, I was about to say you can also play king a1 directly.
Yeah, that looks like the simplest way. Attack the c4 pawn, get the e5 pawn, and that might. But
somehow I wanted to still keep the bishop. Yeah, bishop on c3. So I first played knight d3. I mean, let's say you go knight b. You cannot go knight b2. Oh yeah. I think this is the same thing. For some reason in my mind, I was thinking that knight b2 I have to take bishop b2, but probably not.
Yeah, no. You just take on e5. Yeah. Even this is winning.
Okay, it has gone a little bit down. The bar has gone a little bit. I'm not sure. Probably he wants to take bishop b2.
I don't like. He went knight d3, knight d5.
Yeah, also it's very natural.
Instantly played by Alireza.
So now he has what? Oh, he didn't think. Oh, he thought for 3 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all the time he has.
So I guess simply bishop e5 is possible or not? Or bishop a1 also, many moves.
Bishop e5, knight into e5, what would you do?
I thought just to take with the knight.
I just don't feel good giving up that bishop.
Yeah, I understand like why would you feel like that, but yeah. You have pawn on a3, all the dark squares are gone, so that's why maybe.
Yeah, and also
bishop a1 is simple, yeah, also.
Yeah, bishop a1 looks simple.
Maybe f6, yeah.
I can take it anyway, I think. Because f8, there's a pin.
Oh yeah. Pin is a win.
Yeah.
One of the first concept I was taught in my childhood, pin, while learning chess.
Yeah. Bishop a1 is game over. And
I mean, there should be many moves which it should be game over here after 95.
True. So knight d5, this is the present position, and Jan is thinking right here. chat going like Nepo's like resign already, but no, guys, not really. I'd be very cautious against someone like Alireza in such a position. I would be. I would want to find the most direct way to win and give no chances at all. It's like watching a James Bond movie, and you know that James Bond finds a way to survive, and he finds some way to just keep going. He finds a way to survive. And when I used to watch those movies, I used to be like, oh my God, why are these people ridiculously stupid? Why can't they finish it off? Why would they just keep going? Until I started playing Blitz with Nihal and Arjun, and then I understood, okay, so people survive, and sometimes you can't do anything about it. They're just too good.
Yeah, true. And while you were giving that analogy, I was thinking maybe I can also play knight f4 here as well. Exchanging your only good piece, maybe.
Yeah, and attacking the c4 knight with the rook on f4.
Yeah.
Pin is the concept of this game.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi has Alireza pinned down in this game.
Very well said, Srinath. Yeah. So he's thinking Nepo is taking his time. Actually, it's quite. I mean, I like that he's taking his time because it's a crucial point, and he knows like 1 or 2 correct moves now, and it's basically resignation for black.
Yeah, if he finds this, then it's game over. Sachin in the chat is asking if knight e3 is a threat for black. It does feel like a threat, Sachin, but for me, the threat itself is knight into c3. I think Alireza also realizes, at a prima facie perspective that this bishop is deadly and dangerous in white's position. If he takes this out, then he has some chance of counterplay, some chance of surviving. Because first of all, this e5 point is the route towards black's king. So to take out that e5 point, you need the help of this bishop. The bishop comes into the game. And secondly, without this bishop, black can potentially create some counterplay on this diagonal with some bishop f6 related thing. There is this pawn on a3 already, which is like an assassin you sent several years ago, like a sleeper agent, which can be activated to create a threat on b2. So I think this bishop is one of the biggest threats in this position, and he would look to eliminate that, which is why we wanted to make bishop a1 work, right?
Yeah, very nice analogy, which we can see that you do like your James Bond movies, yeah?
I watch what's popular.
Okay. Also, if you see in the far right, this Caruana's game against
Caruana against Ding.
Yeah, I think they have played this line with rook a8, what we were discussing. But yeah, let's stick to this one only.
Yep.
Yeah, so rook a8 happened, and probably rook a1 will happen pretty soon. So he's taking his sweet little time, Jan. What are your prediction actually? Will there be any result besides this game, like decisive results?
I don't think so. But I'm a bit 50-50 on the Ding game. Oh, he's played it. He's played knight f4. One of the moves that you suggested earlier.
I mean, they've
gone for it.
His position is so good that it's very hard to miss his position. Yeah, like practically all the
right?
Yeah. Practically every move will be good for him.
Yeah, f6 and
still has 51 seconds, and he needs to make 8 moves.
Yeah, it's about 6 seconds per move. And when Jan makes a move, Alireza needs to take a second to process what move is made. He needs a second to make the move. So he has like 4 seconds of thinking time for his move. And I don't know why he's still writing the score sheet, because you don't really need to write score sheet.
Maybe he's just taking, that how many moves has been made.
Yeah. Probably just scribbling and making, I think now Queen E2 is game over. No?
Yeah, exactly.
Guys played it.
Queen E2 96 and maybe again a pin, Bishop E5.
Yeah.
And now he's taking more than few seconds here.
Oh no, sorry. Scratch that. I'm glad you spoke over me.
He goes knight b2, but he thought a lot in this 16 seconds he thought for knight b2.
So now he has 35 seconds for 7 moves. That's 5 seconds per move. It's all these years of watching cricket, I can instantly do this run rate thing. 35 runs, 7 overs.
Run rate.
Now with IPL, 35 runs, 7 balls.
Which team you were supporting in this IPL, or were you not watching?
I don't know. I don't follow it a lot actually, but if I had to pick one team, I would have supported Rajasthan Royals. I think that is Ashwin's team, right?
Yes.
Ashwin and Yuzi. Yeah.
Yes. Not Chennai, where you come from.
I used to support Chennai until the time they were winning, and then once they stopped doing that, I started supporting players from Chennai who played for other teams. You?
Very convenient. No, I always used to support Rajasthan right from the start.
Nice.
I'm a loyal
same team.
I'm a loyal fan. I don't switch when they lose, when they win.
Wow, there's a lot of RCB going on in the chat, which is also the team that Nihal supports. He's also loyal to the extent that even when your team, okay, maybe let's not go into that.
Yeah. This is just candidates, not IPL.
Yeah, and also I'm not sure if people are ready for that level of brutality.
But also RCB is probably one of the worst performing team ever in the IPL.
Abhijit, that was the exact level of brutality I didn't want to go into.
Yeah, but in general, I like in general, people also like to support the underdogs. Yeah, and I guess RCB were never the underdogs, so I could never see myself supporting RCB. And also Rajasthan was always sort of a money ball team, at least at the beginning.
Yeah, with Shane Warne and his initial team.
Then Dravid took over, and it was, It
was exciting all the time. And but yeah, this IPL I hardly checked anything except how Ashwin was doing, because I'm such a big fan of him, and Yuzi being in the same side. And Chahal used to play chess. Ashwin recently started learning chess. He in fact had a few lessons with me, and he used to play chess every day, something like 1 hour every day. When he was playing from sometime around November last year to during the IPL. Even during the IPL matches, he used to play like a game or two every day. His preferred time control was 15+10, and I was amazed at the kind of progress he was making. Meanwhile, getting back to the game, Rook D-F1 on the board, Rook E8 on the board, and Rook 8 played pretty quickly with almost instantly. He took just a second for that. Now Rook H4. This knight on B2 not really threatening anything. It's just there. It just exists out there. It's not a Trojan horse. It's just a horse which can't move anywhere. And Rook H4, Queen H5.
And he's taking his time, Alireza. It's not moving.
Well, he's just not able to find a move, I think.
F5.
Helpless.
Now, what is the average for the last 5 moves?
Well, it's less than 4, 17/5. It's 3 point something. It's a kind of run rate you'd win matches with, but here
practically every move is possible. Yeah, you can sacrifice this H4 rook in many ways. Yeah, either you play Rook H7, you play Rook F5, and yeah. I like Rook H7 actually. Rook H7, King H7, Queen H5. King goes. I guess if Queen H6, I just take your Rook back. And if you go, let's say Queen H5, if you go King G8, then probably just Knight F5, and all the pieces are there to checkmate Black's King. Rook G1, Queen H8 maybe something. It'll be made for sure.
Yes, it'll be made for sure.
Like how other teams in IPL tell to RCB.
Yeah? Good one. Good one.
So,
Hernu is also found it in the chat. Rook in H7 and Queen H5. Abhijit Mishra found it. Rook in H7. Very, very knowledgeable chat here. But Abhijit, Jan going back to 3 out of 4. I mean, he's probably going to 3 out of 4. He's going into the lead for the second time in 2 candidates. And he's off to an amazing start. It makes me excited. And also makes me wonder what must be going through Magnus's mind. Maybe he's like, oh, not this guy again.
Or maybe, this guy again. Like it could be both ways. Yeah. Also, I feel like during the match he had lost a lot of weight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably now I think he's back to his old self, and maybe do you think
without all that pressure?
Yeah. Do you think that is the reason he's playing well again, or he was not playing?
No, I think during the match he was certainly under a lot of pressure. I can feel it. I could feel it in his preparation. There were a lot of expectations from different people externally, I think, which must have played a part in Jan's performance. But having said that, I also always felt Magnus was clearly the stronger player between the two of them. But first of all, no one can make these predictions in an completely objective way, because it is a dynamic thing. People can improve, become better. So that is that one thing to watch out for. And Rook in H7 on the board. Let's go. Yeah, King in H7, Queen H5 check. Also expect quickly. Chat, do hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And Nepo's going to probably have one of the most stylish finishes in the Candidates Tournament so far. Can't beat his first round game with Bishop H3, but this one is played in an equally elegant way. Yeah, with 1 hour on the clock, destroying his opponent completely.
And 5 seconds remaining to make 2 moves. Now I can also do the math.
Rook G1 and Queen H6 is... Now I can do the chess also.
Yeah. GG.
And directly designs. That was a killer game by Jan.
Yeah, that was brutal. Yeah, the whole thing. He just crushed him. Yeah?
It's what happens when you're up against such super effective preparation, and in such a complex position. It was almost as if I feel it was almost as if Alireza virtually played against Stockfish. At least till this point with Queen E1, at least till this point, it felt like Jan had everything worked out. And I think this is one of the worst ways to lose a game, Abhijit, when you feel like you didn't even have a chance to enter and play the game.
Yeah. But okay, such other days, we are living in that you sort of have to accept this and take it in your stride, that if you are going for such kind of sharp line, it may backfire. And also, I feel Alireza is young, maybe, and so inexperienced. He's just 19, just turned 19 recently. So I think he will learn from all these things. And in any case, this tournament is by far not over for him. Yeah, it's just on -1, and we all know like +2, +3 is enough to to qualify. So you never know. Yeah, tomorrow he's wide. We already saw his preparation against Hikaru, which was very deep. So you never know. Like one win here and there, and then you're back. Yeah, already.
Yes, absolutely, Abhijit. But I can also imagine these are the kind of games which really frustrate this present generation. The kind of classical chess preparation, how you get swept off the board from preparation. And Nihal used to call it killing chess whenever I beat him with prep. He'd be like, oh my God, why are you killing chess? Let's just play chess. Why do you have to prepare so much openings? And I can also imagine that this is one of the reasons why this generation, they just like to play chess And this is a lot of academic work where you have to prepare and remember lines. You spend so much time. I can imagine that they are much more fascinated by the newer formats rather than the existing traditional formats that we have. It's a long topic for another day, but just putting this view.
But I remember during the match between Anand versus Carlsen, the second match in Sochi. So I think Carlsen striked first, and then Anand won this beautiful game in Queen's Gambit decline. And there, I remember somebody quoted it was like, so Magnus may be the better chess player, but Vishy is being the better, at preparation. So if you can use your advantage to being just better at chess, I can also use my advantage, just by preparing better. So I guess it's all fair in this. And so I think Firouzja is running away now. Sorry, not Firouzja. Nepomniachtchi is just running away with it.
Yes, and the person who is closest to catch him, Fabiano Caruana, we have his position on board right now. And he's just played rook a8, which is a very important move in trying to hold this position. But he still needs to do some work to get there.
Yeah, I guess it feels like if Fabiano is not sitting, probably he had worked out how to draw this. And we did consider this rook a1. What did you see actually? I sort of forgot. Rook a1.
So we saw rook a1 here and king f8, king f1, king e7.
King e7.
a5. Vishy played a5 at the exact moment. I was initially like, oh, but the black king comes to c6 and it's an easy draw, right?
Yeah, maybe black can also try.
Exactly.
If he's in time,
And then he went a5, king d7, a6, king c6, rook a5. And at this point, initially I thought white is just winning here, but then you found c3, king e2, and now this important move rook d8 with the idea of c2, c1.
Yeah, cutting the king off so that king cannot come to d2 or d1 to stop this pawn on c3.
Yeah, taking the d2 square away from the king. Meanwhile, I think we're going to have a couple of quick draws in the other two Berlin games. Abhijeet, do you just want to have a quick update on those games before we get back?
Yeah. Let's do that. So this is the position between, you can see on the analysis board, this is the position between Hikaru and Rapport. I think this is just going to be draw very quickly. Let's stick to it because it's going to end now. So knight c5. Yeah, they're going to. Do you think he'll take on h4 or h3? So he'll take the pawn on the knight. I mean, doesn't really
I would
matter,
take on h4 because it draws one more earlier.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily.
In chess.com, it would get over right here.
But I mean, technically, you can still mate. Yeah, either side can still mate the other side.
Yeah, but knight d3 check.
I think they just agreed to drop knight f4.
No, Hikaru just played knight f4 and then Rapport's like, oh, come on, Hikaru, let's just make a draw. Come on. Why are we still playing this out?
Yeah.
So that's a comfortable draw for Hikaru with the black pieces. Also his third black in 4 games, right? Which means in the remaining 10 games, he has 6 whites and 4 blacks. Yeah. And moving on to Duda Radjabov. This is the position we have in Duda Radjabov, which also looks like 2 versus 2.
Probably in the end, Hikaru must have said, yeah, okay, let's see. Okay, it's okay. Let me go. I have to, make a recap video. Don't, eat too much of my time. I'm a very busy person. So he just left quickly.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Abhijit. I felt similarly. I wasn't making recap videos, but I was feeling so tired. And I was like, why is this guy still playing on? But I can imagine. I think I might also start making recap videos in the next OTB classical event I play. But the problem is wherever I go, it's usually places with bad internet. So my last 2 tournaments are in Bangladesh.
Mm-hmm.
And both the places I had internet that was not conducive of uploading videos on YouTube.
Yeah. So I think let's just see where we left off this game, and then I think it was somewhere around
F4.
Yeah. Queen f4, he took on f4. Okay. So let's quickly go through what happened.
So queen to f4, into f4, and this endgame. First of all, to explain, there is some slight inconsistencies in pawn structure. 2 double pawns for black, equal material, but 2 double pawns for black. Better pawn structure for white, maybe.
Oh, but I think I'll just interrupt you. I think they finished and they just made a draw.
Yeah, they just made a draw, and maybe we should just stick onto the live action. Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't analyze, they don't chat or like the game between Hikaru and Rapport. They just go off.
Indeed.
But they don't have to make recap videos. Srinath, what is your explanation? Why are they not talking after the game?
No, but people have other things in life to do, yeah, apart from recap videos. Sometimes just to go back and start preparing for the next game. That would be, for example.
Now I know why Hikaru went so fast. Title Tuesday, no?
Oh yeah, late Title Tuesday. There are 2 Title Tuesdays in a day. So the first one, it should be like somewhere halfway, and the late Title Tuesday. I think we should have a poll for the chat. Do you think Hikaru is going to play in the late Title Tuesday today after going back? This is going to be. We can have this poll on the channel and chat. Do let us know your thoughts. And I feel that he will not. What do you think, Abhijit?
If tomorrow was a rest day, then I would be 100% sure that he would play.
Yeah.
But tomorrow being like his white game, I think he'll be preparing. Also, he has to make a recap video. So, I mean, you only have 24 hours in a day. Yeah? Even if you're like Hikaru Nakamura, you still have to, manage that time.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, you're talking about limitations, humane limitations. And with Hikaru, I haven't seen that yet so far. I mean, just that he's making a review video, it's unheard of. Who does that during a tournament? I mean, seriously, who? So when I was growing up, my coach would punish me severely if I did something like this. First of all, he'd be like, why are you letting your opponent know your thoughts? Apart from the waste of time, And when I discuss about my games during the tournament, I'm always a bit worried about giving away some information. Giving away something, like for example, I didn't want to play this opening, but I found this in the last minute and I played this, or my opponent had this tendency to do something like this, so I played the Catalan. I would give away something, and then that would be useful for my opponents in the future games. But times, I guess we believe in
priorities. Maybe priorities also changed, for him. I guess. Probably
in what sense?
Winning the candidates is not the most important thing for him right now in his life.
The Title Tuesday, yeah?
No, winning the candidates, not Title Tuesday.
I mean, during the candidates, it's not, but which is the priority?
I'm saying winning the candidates, not the priority.
Winning the candidates. Oh, yeah, sorry, I heard it as during the candidates. Winning the candidates, yeah, makes sense, Abhijit. Makes sense. Winning the candidates not as big a priority as his streaming career.
Yeah.
YouTube career.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to ask you, what do you think? How long today's stream going to last? We can also have a poll for that.
True. After this one, but chat, you can let us know your thoughts in the meanwhile.
Also, chat up फटाफट थोड़े से likes ठोक दो. Like it's been a while, and we only have 400 odd likes, so जल्दी कर दो.
So that we can keep our jobs here.
Yeah. And then Srinath maybe can reveal some of his other celeb students. Yes. So every 100 likes, Srinath will say
one of my students' names.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So right now we are at 438. Oh, it is increasing.
441.
2.
just next level confidence by Hikaru.
Oh,
he
he goes
has
for
won
rook B.
enough of them.
He goes for rook B1 actually, not rook A1. But I think I would actually go for this line, yeah, which we saw at the end with rook D8, C3, C2, yeah, just to see whether because that is more like the line with rook A1, A5 with Vishy we saw with A6, but he goes for rook B1. But I think this feels like a simpler draw. I feel, yeah, with rook B1, King F8. I mean, if you see that also is simple, but if you don't see it, then it becomes a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. But these guys worked out this variation, yeah, with which I thought was not easy. Rook B4, C3, Rook C4, C2. Yeah, all of it happening on the board.
Yeah.
Now, even King E7, no? King E7, King F1. And if C2, there's always Rook into C2. Yeah, I mean,
but
at some point you have to play King F. Yeah,
and
exactly. Exactly.
And the C pawn is not going anywhere. And the king will slowly come and gobble up this pawn. Should not be very difficult. Is that the real Divya Deshmukh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, another thing. So, I don't know whether I should reveal it or not, but okay, what the hell, yeah. So, she was supposed to join us after 10:30. So, do you think she will be, when she comes, the stream will be on or not, or whether she will be able to, whether the games will be up till then?
I
think we should have a poll also for this.
I think the players just felt offended at the idea, and that's why they're trying to finish off the games all quickly. The players were like, "Oh, Divya's commentating on our games? What? No. We'll finish the games first. Thank you."
Oh, shots fired already, yeah. I want it to last at least till 10:30. Achha, king after King E7, I can also play C6, yeah, but it doesn't matter, yeah, because I still have to. This back rank still exists, so like King E7, C6, you can go C2 also.
Yeah, so the farther the pawn advances, the easier black takes it, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to mention like Rook C2, just Rook A4, and like there is back rank, so I don't have time to play C7.
Yeah. We have C2, Rook into C2, Rook into A4 on the board. So now it's a question of how quickly black can take this C5 pawn and how white can keep this alive. So again, brings back the question. Pretty sure they're already offended by seeing you commentate. But you know, at least those games lasted. But here is the first day that's ending like in 4 hours, less than 4 hours.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess I mean, it's nothing much to do, yeah, here, like, for both sides, I guess. King D7, King C6 is coming. Some magical way if White can put his rook on the 7th, but I cannot believe it's happening. Maybe you can play Rook B2 here. Let's just try to keep the game.
Rook C4.
Going. And Rook B7.
And where does the...
I mean, it will not be over so soon, yeah?
Yeah, if this happens, he has to do this, yeah? But Rook B2, I can go Rook A7.
Rook A7, yes, Rook A7 also is possible. But if I go, oh, doesn't matter. I was thinking maybe I go King E2, but you probably go King D7. Let's say I go King E2. How do you play? So Rook B6, King C7, yeah, or Rook C7 also.
Rook D6, I have King E7.
Yeah, I thought Rook B5 here.
King C6, Rook A5, King D5.
But you cannot take, yeah. Then I go
but yeah, because Rook A7 is there.
So let's say I play King D3. Somehow you're not drawing this so easily. Yeah? You should be able to draw this quite comfortably.
True.
So rook c2, rook a4 happened. Let's see what he does. Okay. Because you cannot after rook b2, you cannot let me go to the 7th. I like rook a7, but let's have king e2. No, you went rook b2, rook a7, but after king e2, probably king d7, rook b6. Maybe just simply king c7. And with the idea
king b3, there is rook a2. Yeah, I think Fabi is going to find something simple like this, and Ding doesn't seem to have a lot of thoughts.
Also, they cannot offer a draw till move 40. Is this the case?
I haven't read the rule book here, Abhijit, in this tournament, but I'm pretty sure I saw somewhere that the players cannot offer draw before 40 moves. Yeah, in I think it's candidates rule book. But of course, you don't lose the game because of offering a draw. That doesn't happen, but you probably get warned once the first time. But the players, when they want to draw and they are in front of each other, I think they have a way of communicating without really speaking it.
Oh, by the way, what happens to c6 here? Like, sorry to interrupt you, but maybe you go rook a8, yeah? Because otherwise I didn't see how to make a draw.
What's the problem with king d8, just to understand?
Rook d2 and rook d7.
Yeah, rook d2, rook d7 is correct.
But it's still not the end of the world. But okay.
Yeah, it's still defensible, but rook a8 is simple. e4 can I do? Just king d6.
King d6 and king c7, yeah?
Yeah, and then you just eat the pawn whenever you can.
Yeah, so rook b2 was played. And
so unfortunate though. The day Divya is supposed to join us, I had told my team to already get ready for clips and stuff, and then this happens. I saw Divya just a couple of days ago, and
also yesterday you must have seen her, no? What couple of days?
Yeah, no, yesterday I didn't see her. She actually left without saying bye. Yeah, she just left.
Probably learned it from her coach, yeah?
No, I always bid proper farewell and all.
Okay.
Even Vishy told me bye before leaving and stuff, but Divya, no. So you're saying
I feel for you. I feel.
You're saying Abhijit?
No, nothing. I don't want to get in the middle of.
No, I mean, I thought you were saying something related to the game.
I mean, does it matter?
Yeah, I think it's a good point to move the topic.
No, whenever I bring some variations, and again you go back to the same topic.
I'm sorry. Divya has that.
But it's okay. But isn't it past her bedtime?
So 11 p.m. used to be her bedtime some years ago, but I don't know what's the latest bedtime.
Some years ago, yeah. As if she's quite old, yeah. Some years ago.
Well, Divya, you have to give that respect, yeah, and also people grow up very fast.
She says, if I had said bye, I wouldn't be alive. Why is that?
I have no idea. Please don't ask me to explain Divya's words. It will be easier to explain the moves played by Ding and Fabi. Relatively, he's played king d7. He wants to get us. We have seen this exact variation, I think, just a while ago.
Yeah, King E2, King D7. I think Rook B6 will happen. Also, I see another move after Rook B6. We saw King C7, yeah, but also Rook B6, Rook C7.
Rook C7, Rook B5, yeah.
Rook A7 again.
Oh, now you want King C6 and King C7.
Yeah.
This looks even more simpler.
I mean, both the possibilities, both the moves are like equally good. And I'll make a prediction. The game will not go till 10:30. I think we'll have a result before that.
Yeah, I also think so. So King E2, King D7.
There is a nice comment. There is a nice comment for you.
I saw.
Nilanjana, wow. Nilanjana, you're absolutely right. Srinath, he gives this impression that, oh, he's so polite, so kind, and then you see her talking to kids like this.
You just need to spend enough time with the kids to know that I'm the one to feel sorry for, not them. You'll see already when Divya joins the stream why that's already the reason. I think you see enough of it in the chat already. And Nilanjana.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what else can happen here in this game. Like, what other idea? Can I play Rook B8? I'll just try to
find a case for Divya to join today.
This I'm not sure. Rook H8, at least I take a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, you do, but but as black, you just don't really want to give. But just to make my case, I think even I need to keep the G pawn. So even King E7 here should be holding, I think.
No, everything holds. That is true. I agree, but you're pawn down.
Yeah, you don't want to suffer being a pawn down.
Yeah.
So Rook B8 and
Srinath sir seems kind until you know him well. GG. Oh, there is a question actually. Maybe Srinath, you can take this one. Who is the strongest endgame player of all time?
Who is the strongest endgame player of all time? This one's first mind that comes to my mind is Magnus. What about you, Abhijit?
Yeah, it did also, like the same name also came to my mind. But if I see from the past, like all these people like Capablanca, Rubinstein, somehow what they used to do was so easy. Like it looked very easy. It was so easy on your eyes also because it was so comfortable. Maybe the difference of the strength between them and their opponent was probably much higher. So you could actually see what plan they were making and execute it. Whereas these days it's kind of a little bit hard because the strength is almost basically quite similar at least. So whatever, let's say if I'm trying to do something, some plan I'm trying to execute, of course you will come and stop it. So generally you don't see from the game that the plans which you are making or your opponent is making. So I guess that's why also you tell everybody to learn the classics, to learn the old games, because there you actually understand what they wanted in a particular position.
True. It gave you. I think I was just discussing this with Vishy was talking about this very same thing yesterday. He was talking about how classics are like this fantastic examples because they show you what can happen, which won't happen in today's games. And we are just talking about these different people. For example, someone like Hans Niemann, who's like kind of like self-taught, who probably didn't study much classics. And he's already quite close to 2700, 2695 live rating. Arjun didn't know a lot of world champions till he was 2600. Let alone seeing his games, he didn't know the existence of certain world champions. And some of his questions used to be like shocking. He'll be like, who is this person? And that person would be like someone like Petrosian. And he wouldn't know, and he was already at 2600.
He would be like, yeah, but this GM is not very strong. Yeah, he's not even 2600.
Hey, by the way, this same thing is exactly happening on the board.
Yeah, he's happy to give up this pawn, which is also good, which is also fine. I mean,
which also means we might the games might last post 10:30.
Yeah, you might have to face the wrath of Divya. Yeah.
That's going to happen sooner or later, Abhijeet. If not today, tomorrow. You can't run away from some things forever. Exams,
your destiny.
Yes. All the nastiest things that you have to face, you can never run away from it.
Also, there is this Ulf Anderson, which we seem to forget. Yeah, like he was probably, like, I would not say recent or modern, but yeah. Everybody tells you to study his game just because of such an endgame, like such a traditional classical endgame player, like how he used to, just put his pieces.
Absolutely, Abhijit. He was also amongst the best. But the reason why Magnus came to my mind first is because the kind of opposition that Magnus did it against. For example, he did it against people like Vishy, and Vishy, the 5-time world champion. He was 2800 when Magnus faced him, and he used to outplay him from certain kinds of simple endgame positions. A lot of great endgame players, and they did some amazing things. But if we have to look at it from an objective scale,
also if you remember the match between Fabi versus Magnus, he won this crucial tiebreaker game in some sort of rook end game.
Yeah.
So exactly. Yeah. So I see even like against Vishy, what you were pointing out, even during the match into the 2013 match in Chennai, there were few end games which it looked like completely dead, but somehow he managed to turn the tables and win those games against Vishy.
Yes, absolutely, Abhijit. The battle between allegedly the stronger player and the better prepared player, Magnus just took preparation out of the equation by just trading into some endgame, some simple position which looked quite equal on the outset, and then he would keep playing, and score many of those wins out there. So exactly the variation we discussed also panning out on the board here, rook h8. I think we're going to stay here for a while. Yeah, White will try to create this hedge passer, I think. Mm-hmm. And it's also completely equal, no?
Yeah, I mean it is equal, but of course, like you said, like I think Ding is going to try at least for a bit.
Yeah, try and torture. Do you think you would also fancy your chances against someone like 300, 400 points below you? You would try to.
No, I would. I mean, let's say if I'm also playing against Fabiano, I would also play this position. I'll also play on, because it's not often you get to torture these players, So,
absolutely, but what I was asking is, would you, consider having winning chances here, chances of black going wrong?
Well, I don't know, because while you're playing, you don't really think about all these things. Yeah, you just want to make the best move in the position.
I do think about these things.
But you don't play often, no? Maybe that's the reason.
But when I do, I have percentage of winning chance and all in my mind.
So right now you will be thinking, okay, I have this many percentage that I can win the game.
Yeah. I mean, if I was playing against Fabi and I had White, I would try, but I would think that the chances are pretty low, and I would try for some time. But I would.
If you were playing against Divya,
let's not get into that. If I was playing against Divya, I don't think I'll be a pawn up at this point.
So you will be something more up, something less up, or it will be equal.
That's the reason why I left it there. That is the reason why I kept it ambiguous.
Yeah. So F5 was played. And I like F5 actually. I didn't like rook h8 so much. Otherwise, then I think it's very good to show. I think Srinath, if he can just go back before rook h8. Maybe let's say if I go g4, I guess he didn't like rook c8 and cutting off this rook completely. And then again, you have to exchange a couple of more pawns, maybe.
Right.
It's not easy to bring the rook out, because even if you go h5, maybe Black can even think about G5, but it seems too risky. GH5 is simpler. Like F4, yeah, and it is
unnecessary.
Not what you want, yeah. So King F3 happened. Probably he'll exchange, like if the rook goes from H7, probably he'll even try to exchange this pawn with G5. But of course, he has to watch out what happens to H5.
Rook at 6 check, no? After G5.
No, I mean once the rook leaves the H5.
Okay. Like something like
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to calculate H5, but I guess.
Yeah, but I guess G4 and King G5 should be reasonable enough to make a draw. Yeah.
Yep.
So that now that we have reached the time control, and I think players are going to take a small break. So I guess we should also have one.
Yeah, let's also go in for a quick break. Meanwhile, chat, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We'll be right back.
Now, last segment is we're going to be giving you an option of, like, you can choose 3 candidates. So who are they first? Your 3 favorite.
Okay, probably Liren maybe there. Firouzja. And yeah, maybe Hikaru.
Okay, and now can you please give one superhero character to each one of them?
Superhero give me
Marvel or DC?
Captain America, Hulk, Spider-Man, Superman. If you
okay, I'm not into it, but okay, I think Firouzja can be Flash. And Hikaru is something that all-rounder. I don't get anything. What about the other one? Liren is silent.
Like Doctor Strange.
Okay.
Professor X.
Who is that actor in I think Green Hornet, right?
Green Hornet?
No. There's this episode, I don't know which one. It's a silent guy who kills
Silent
and gets
assassin.
Yeah, Hikaru can be a Superman.
Okay, Liren I already said. Nakamura because he is a streamer. And I think Alireza because he is a youngster and if only he plays, Carlsen might play. Otherwise, nobody will play with him. So these are the 3 ones.
Okay, and if you had to give a superhero name to Ding, Hikaru and Alireza, what would they be?
Ding, Doctor Strange.
Okay.
And Hikaru, you can say Iron Man. And Alireza, Spider-Man, the little kid.
Alright, I will choose Fabiano Caruana. I'll choose I will choose Richard Rapport and I'll choose Liren.
Okay, and now we want you to associate 3 superhero characters with these 3 players that you mentioned.
Obviously, Fabiano Caruana has the magic element, so he'll be the Harry Potter of the chess world if he wins, and also looks like Harry Potter. And for Liren, I think is going to be a samurai, chess samurai, because he has that element, Zen element in his chess. And for Richard Rapport, I would say if you had to bring a superhero, then he would be this Captain America.
Okay, sure. So it will be definitely Ding, Firouzja, and Nepo, I guess.
And if you had to give them superhero names, what would they be?
That's a difficult one. All three of them, right?
Yeah.
Can I skip this?
Okay, I think Nepo deserves a chance, and Firouzja, and Duda.
And if you had to give these 3 players a superhero name, what would they be?
Superhero name, okay.
Or any nickname.
Okay, Nepo would be a phoenix, rising from the ashes again. And Firouzja would be kid from Persia.
Okay.
Yeah. And Duda, I'm not sure. Duda.
Okay.
Firouzja, Nakamura, and
Nepo. And if you had to give them some superhero titles, the players that you chose, what would they be?
Firouzja would be Iron Man.
Iron Man, okay.
Nakamura would be Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange, okay. And then Nepo? Thanos, okay.
I think Firouzja, Ding, and Fabiano would be my 3 picks.
Now we would want you to give them a superhero names.
I think I like Firouzja as the Flash because he's just super fast. He does not even play bullet guys, he plays ultra bullet, which is just crazy, like 10 seconds plus 1 second increment per move. So he would be that. I think I would say Fabiano can be like, the Doctor Strange character because he's just so calm, silent, and he does all the things silently, and like his brain is an amazing thing. He was the world number 2 for a long time, so he would be that. And I think finally Ding, it's actually Nakamura, I would say, and he's like a Superman because he does so many things at once. He's the man, and he will have the most amount of support at the candidates, I think.
And what would be the superhero title for Hikaru?
That would be Superman.
Superman.
Yeah.
Chess.com is with Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan. Welcome, Srinath. We are in your hometown, Chennai. How are you feeling?
It's great, Rakesh. And as you can see, I'm all excited, decked up in the Chess.com apparel.
Can you please show us a little bit of that? Just straighten out the shirt.
There you go. I'll play on Chess.com. I really do.
Thank you, Srinath. So the candidate is coming up and we are excited. You are our main host. You will be running the show. You will be running our broadcast. So we want to know a little bit of insights into our candidates. So we want you to describe the candidates in one word. So let's start with...
Candidates is like the Royal Rumble of chess. Yeah, it's... anyone can win it. It's one of the most unpredictable tournaments in chess with no favorites. Every man for himself, and literally anyone can win.
And now let's come to every candidate in one word. So we'll start rating wise. That is Ding Liren.
Reliable.
Alireza Firouzja.
Hot.
Without hesitation, and he saw absolutely nothing wrong.
Fabiano Caruana.
Strong.
Okay, then Richard Rapport.
Exciting.
Jan-Christoph Duda.
Fighting.
Hikaru Nakamura.
Streamer.
And Timur Radjabov.
Berlin.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Fast.
Okay, thank you, Srinath. So now we have another segment. Who do you think will win the candidates and why?
So personally, I'm rooting for Hikaru because he's. There's a lot of reasons to admire Hikaru. He's been a trendsetter. He's been He's a very strong chess player. Even a bit underestimated because he's been doing a lot of other things in recent times, streaming and doing content, but he's an incredibly strong chess player, and I love the fact that he's able to do so many things at such a high level, and his comeback this year in the Grand Prix was brilliant. So first and foremost, I'm rooting for Hikaru, and it will also be pretty exciting if Alireza can make it. It feels a bit early right now, but that's exactly the kind of feeling people get when they watch some of these prodigies, and they prove them wrong exactly. So these are my top 2 picks for the candidates tournament.
And so you mentioned Firouzja here, and what are your thoughts on Magnus Carlsen saying that he'll only play the match if Firouzja wins the candidates?
I can imagine a lot of honesty in that statement. To be honest, it is very exhausting to prepare for a world championship match. You have to look at a ton of opening. You have to study all those things. You have to remember. And first and foremost, I think people enjoy the playing aspect of chess. Of course, this is different for every player, but people love playing, and I think there's just so many aspects of preparation that goes into a world championship match, which I don't think Magnus enjoys so much. And I can relate a lot to this in the younger generation of people coming up as well. If you put them if you put them in a speed chess match, they would be so much more excited than if you put them in a world championship match. Because in speed chess you just play for 4 hours and there's not as much preparation involved. There's not as much cramming of information in your head, remembering, recollecting. Of course, that has a different type of preparation, but it has a lot to do with the playing aspect. So I can imagine that he's being honest about it. It also, I think, marks a kind of shift in the mindset of the generation that is there at present. Magnus, Hikaru kind of leading the way.
That's a great answer. And now coming back to Hikaru, what qualities of Hikaru made him qualified to the candidates according to you?
I think it's just that he is a very strong chess player and he kept things very simple. But mainly I think it's just his strength. He was so strong in the Grand Prix, in the tournaments he played. I think he's clearly in the 2750 to 2800 strength level, and his opposition was a bit weaker than that, I think. So he was just a stronger chess player, and he sailed through.
And lastly, which Indian player do you think will be the first to qualify for the candidates now in the near future?
Well, I think looking at recent trends, Gukesh is definitely one big favorite. His rise has been incredible, and there are a lot of unique qualities that stand out in him. And he's the youngest of the lot. Of course, it can be any one of these five cream of the lot, the juniors, consisting of Arjun, Nihal, Prag, Gukesh and Raunak. But right now, Gukesh is the youngest of the lot, and I think that gives him a bit of an advantage.
Thank you so much, Srinath, and best of luck for all your future endeavors.
Thank you so much, Rakesh.
Rakesh bhai. Bhai.
Guys, please subscribe.
Welcome back, everyone, for the round 4 of the Chess.com India's broadcast of the candidates. And we have only one game remaining. There has been 2 draws today in both guess the opening, the Royal Opus Berlin. We already have 2 draws in Rapport-Hikaru and Duda Radjabov. And Jan Nepomniachtchi played one of the best games, probably one of the best games of the year, to crush Alireza Firouzja, the super talent, the best junior in the world. And we have one game remaining exactly between Liren and Fabiano Caruana. And let's zoom into that, where Black just played g5, h into g5 check, king into g5, rook d4, and now rook a3 played.
Yeah. I think I think in general, I think what white is looking for is to somehow try to exchange this e pawn to f pawn, and then have these 2 pawn f and g versus the e pawn, so that you can have a passer also on g5. But if you remember, this is position of in the first round between Radjabov and Firouzja, and Firouzja king was even at the worst place on the other side. It was on the d file, I think.
He goes g4, Abhijit. Does this surprise you?
Not really, because e4, it's not easy to get e4 in. So he wants to somehow activate something, but it's how to do it. Yeah, g4 have to be played at some point, and you can either take on.
Yeah, you can even do this and sit like this. No, it's not.
Yeah, and probably rook f4, even king e7 is also just okay. So yeah, I mean it's not looking very bright, but I guess Ding will still continue on, and which is the right thing to do. Yeah, I mean, you can only win the game by playing, not by just drawing.
Commentating.
I mean, or commentating.
True. So rook g4 checking f6, rook f4 checking e7, exactly playing out as we thought it would. And
there are some plans actually for white. Maybe to put the rook on the 5th rank and start pushing e4 f4, and then probably, I mean, so e4 f4, maybe king g4, and then you decide where to put the king. Yeah, because sometimes it's not so easy. Maybe let's try to create some lines. Yeah, let's say I go rook b4. You go king f6, probably just wait. I go king g4, and basically just wait. I'm going to play e4 f4. Let's say king g6. So e4, king f6, f4, and yeah, again probably you're going to wait with somewhere rook, some rook e3 maybe. And I wanted to play
rook e3, although
I'm not sure
it's the best of the idea.
Yeah, but it's still, let's show it here. Still, anyway, rook e3. Let's say I go e5, and now it's. I mean, it should be simple enough, but let's say king g6.
Yeah, the danger is if the rook comes to e7 in some kind of these positions. Yeah, it can lead to a loss. So you start with rook b6.
No, probably start with rook b6, king f7. I give another check, and you go back probably, because if you come in front, then rook e7 is a problem. So you have to cover this e7 square. Yeah. So you have to go king f8. I go king g5.
And already it's not so easy.
Well, you
Hello,
have.
People. How are you?
And there we have it. There we have our very special guest. In fact, I would, even go on and call her the most special guest of the day. We have Divya Deshmukh. Many accolades. Women Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh. And apart from everything, one of the first names that comes to the Prime Minister's mind when he thinks the word chess players. That is Divya Deshmukh here for you.
What happened to you? Why are you being so nice?
I'm on camera.
So welcome, Divya. How was the whole experience of this torch relay and the this ceremony and the speech from the PM and just sharing the dice with the PM? The whole thing. How was the experience?
It was just incredible, and it's kind of hard to believe that it's my first Olympiad, and already so much is happening, and it's happening in India. First of all, that's such a huge thing. And overall, it was just once in a lifetime opportunity and experience.
Did you get the goosebumps when he shouted your name? Divya Deshmukh. And there was nobody in between, Vidit and then Divya Deshmukh.
I was actually very, very surprised that he took my name. So yeah, I did probably.
Didn't you ask somebody who just pinch me? Did I hear it right?
I realized I was going to say, but then Bhakti Didi, she's like, okay, she understood that I was very surprised, so she's like trying to calm me down.
Yeah, it is a special feeling, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, Divya might be surprised, but I'm not surprised because winning the online Olympiad, the gold, was one of the best achievements for India. And Divya was one of the most important part of that team, which won the 2020 online Olympiad gold. And the win against China. And even in the last round in the final, Divya was the one player who had a winning position against Russia in the final. So,
am I in some multiverse or something? I just cannot.
There is a comment in the chat here. Okay, Srinath, don't ask too many questions. Daat ke chali jayegi.
Divya won't go. But sorry, Abhijit, you were asking something.
Yeah, I was just I wanted to ask more about the whole ceremony and all those things. We did speak to Anand about it, to Vidit also, but we also wanted to get your perspective to it because being so young, and then experiencing all this must have taken it can also go to your head also, but I'm sure it didn't in your case because you're humble as always.
I mean, if there was some kind of a app which can detect sarcasm, I would really love to have that.
So Abhijit Bhaiya, how is life? How has it been commentating with Srinath? How are your lives? Are you okay?
No, I got a break in between. Last 2 days he was with you guys, so
sadly.
So yeah, it was okay. It is okay actually. It's been quite fun commentating with Srinath, and should ask him this question because he commentates almost for every tournament, and I don't get to do it quite often.
Yeah, this is actually one of my first time commentating. I did it a few hours ago, but Abhi proper commentating is my first time. Shouldn't we be focusing on the Kim since we're commentators?
Divya, we focus on the most exciting thing happening, and right now the most exciting thing happening in the stream is you, which is why you joining our broadcast.
Okay, I need time to get used to all this.
But yeah, since Divya's probably getting a bit overwhelmed with all that attention and the nice words from me, considering that that's not what I receive in general from the other side. We can have a look at how the position is going right now. It's the same 2 versus 1, kind of similar to what I and Abhijit were talking about a few moves ago, how Abhijit explained that if white has the pawn on e5 and this rook can come to e7, there is still some potential chances for things to go wrong for black here. And this generally doesn't happen if black maintains his rook in some particular places. I'm thinking around a4 and a3 is one of the better squares
Also from behind, yeah, you can play.
This should just be a easy draw, right?
Yes, I totally agree with you. Should be an easy draw. But I mean, I've seen funny things happen before also, so I will not go that.
Yeah, I mean, there are two aspects. I mean, first of all, I think it will be a comfortable draw in the Ding Caruana game. But I think also for the people who are watching, for a lot of them, if they had to do this with black, it wouldn't be so easy for them. It really helps to explain the potential ways black can go wrong here. And from that sense, there is a lot to explore in this question.
So did you get a chance to see other games, like other 3 games which happened today?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on.
I mean, we have been commenting. We have been commentating for those.
Even I was
last 3
commentating.
games.
I was on Chess-Based India stream and I was commentating. So they took all the good content. You guys are just left with me roasting Srinath now.
I think it's the best content.
You haven't started yet, yeah?
Yeah, I'm yet to start. Strike when it's least expected.
So shoot, yeah.
Shoot.
No, the thing is, I don't know how long this game is going to last.
Yeah, it's fine. No,
but it's not your last day with us.
Yeah. We have more days. It's fine.
Yeah, she has her entire lifetime to roast me.
Yeah, but on camera, there are limited days. So I'm going to make use of that. It's fine.
I'm not sure about that either.
I will.
But let's see.
Yeah, I will.
So happy.
Okay.
So were you surprised? Let's talk about chess for a bit. So were you surprised or shocked to see some of the
good words from me?
Nothing.
Go on, Abhijit. Go on.
No, I'll just mute myself.
Please go on, Abhijit.
You guys can have roast battle.
Srinath, say something for the other days. I know you have a very limited thing, so just say something.
Very limited repertoire, yeah?
Yeah.
Sure, Abhijit, go ahead.
No, I was just asking, were you surprised, shocked, or to see any openings today, like in the games?
Openings. I was actually surprised with Alireza's choice.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's not really that common to get that bad of a position right out of the opening. Like, okay, even if you get a bad position, what do you have to do next? Here he was like very low on time and he also didn't have much of an idea what to do.
Yeah.
So what would you have expected from him?
He's talking, no? Please let him talk.
No, it's okay. Answer his question first. It's okay.
I don't know. Berlin probably.
But given his choice in the first round, this Vienna with B5, I thought it's going to be some sharp opening.
Yeah.
I could not predict like exact line what he played today, but something sharp, which all 3 results are possible.
It did happen though, something sharp.
Yeah.
But I think something sharp is like Nepo's forte, no? So like.
Yeah, but I guess he's trying to force things also, like Firouzja, because I feel he's more confident playing these kind of positions against anybody.
Sharp positions?
Yeah.
Possible. Even Nepo. I think probably he should have gone to something that he didn't lose the initiative in, because Nepo's like really good with the initiative.
True. Also, like I thought Nepo's preparation was much deeper than Firouzja's today.
Nepo was playing so fast, and also he was making such great moves. I don't know how he was doing it. Probably thinking in Alireza's time.
Yeah.
Do you think it was preparation for a pretty large part of the game? When he found this Bishop B6, Queen E1. I'll just put that on the board so people.
No, I don't think that's preparation, because he thought for like 30 minutes, no? Before that. 30, 40 minutes.
At this point,
no, he spent
relatively
like
quickly.
6 minutes.
No, like for the whole game before that, he spent like 30-40 minutes. So I don't think he was in the preparation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Divya.
You're
People in the
welcome.
chat are going like petition to have Divya on every candidate stream here.
Okay, that will be bad for you. I don't have a problem.
I know, but sometimes you have to sacrifice for the greater good. The chat being the greater good here.
Sure.
Abhijit is just having fun, yeah?
Yeah.
No, I'm just reading the chat.
When I talk to one person, the other goes quiet. When I talk to the other person, the first person goes quiet.
That's how conversations are supposed to be, no?
Okay, but then after the conversation ends, the third person is supposed to talk.
To chip in.
Yes, to chip in, to add their views.
We are a bit inexperienced in broadcast, so please pardon us.
Yeah,
but I think
we haven't done it
F5
together for a very long time, so we don't know when the other person is going to speak or to, shut up.
Okay, he played F5, so I guess.
Yeah, I think it's going. It's going to end pretty soon.
Also, I think we should point out the instructive defensive method that Black used in this game. So there was this 2 pawns on e4 and f4, and what Black was doing was he was constantly keeping an eye on these pawns. And when the king came to f2, the Black rook went to the long side, rook a1, which is usually a good idea when you're on a defensive side in a rook endgame to go long away from the king so that you can keep giving these checks. And at some point, White had to put his rook on the 6th rank to try and create some winning chances with f5. And when White did that, then Black just kept giving these checks. But when the king went to g4, which is the only shelter against these side checks, then the rook started checking from behind, rook a1, rook g1 check. So White never got an opportunity to, play something like e5 or rook b7. He never got an opportunity to make any kind of progress. And which is why Ding probably saw that he's not really getting anywhere. He went f5, rook g1 check, king f4, rook f1.
Is there any place I can see the board?
Sorry?
Is there any place I can see the board?
Oh,
yes.
I'm really sorry about
one
that.
One second.
The producer will send you the link. King e5, king to f5, and after king to f5, it looks set to. Divya, you can take over the commentary while I send you the link.
I've sent her on the
How will I
chat.
take over the commentary if I don't have the board? Oh, I thought. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So we have the link, we have Divya, and we also have a draw on the board.
Okay.
Yes. Now White is not even a pawn up anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, they are repeating. They want to give the stage to Divya. Very polite people. I can understand. I would do the same if I was playing.
You're giving it even if you're not playing.
Yeah. Either ways.
Yeah. Either ways.
Can you guys wait for 2 minutes? I mean, I'll just get some popcorns.
But that's the last game of round 4 of the candidates, which also ends in a draw, which means the spectacular game by Nepo, which is a second brilliant game in this candidates. His first game against Ding was also won in a very similar fashion. He was up from the opening. He landed the first surprise. Then he had a massive time advantage. And he ended the game with a very elegant finish with bishop h3. A very exciting game, the first game. And his second and third games were also pretty professional, right? I don't think he was in much danger in those games. And the fourth round, he lands his second blow and moves on top of the standings with 3 out of 4.
Yeah, very professional in the sense that he got what he wanted today. He was very accurate. Deep preparation and just took the opportunity when it was given to him.
Yes, he really played incredible.
Yes, and I also felt and Vishy, who was also here earlier during the broadcast, it felt like Nepo had some pretty deep preparation in today as well. He just out-prepared Alireza. He just knew the position so much better. And it felt like Alireza didn't really have a chance at all in the game today.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like I felt like somehow Alireza missed the trick right at the beginning, because to go into such a sharp line and not be completely prepared, it's sort of in this tournament it's unacceptable. No, like either you play like Hikaru, play Berlin, accept like slightly worse position and try to hold on. But to play this night off, not with H5 but with this, it's kind of probably shows inexperience.
Yeah, I felt that too. I felt that these are the kind of things that has worked for Alireza so far, but his opponents at that level, even similarly rated players, but outside of candidates, were simply not as well prepared as Jan would have been prepared today, and so I think it worked for him. It worked for him. It brought him here, but here it's already too strong for it to continue working, and he has to find new ways probably, but usually that starts after your first defeat, and this is Alireza's first defeat in the candidates today.
Not what happened in the World Championship.
Yeah. So we are standing now.
What?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I just said that it's not what happened in the first, in the World Championship.
I didn't get the reference.
You said that after the first defeat, you start to win.
Yeah. True. But you have limited margin of error here. And what are your thoughts on the candidates in general? Who do you think are the favorites? And how has it played, considering your expectations at the beginning? So
sorry, I didn't get the last one.
Like, okay, we'll just go with the first one. So what is it? Yeah.
I was earlier rooting for Ding and Fabi, and I'm still rooting for them. But after Ding's first loss, I think that his moral support would have gone down. So I would say Fabi, and now Nepo looks too good. I mean, okay, for the first half at least, he's looking good.
Fabi and Nepo, the tournament top two. And have you been surprised by anything so far in the first 4 rounds? Have you been surprised with the results or any of the games, or has it played according to your expectations?
Not really. No, all of them are really good. I don't think there is anything to be surprised about. What about you?
Slightly surprised by Ding's score. I wouldn't have imagined that he would lose with the white pieces. I think that was one of the major surprises. Aside from that, I guess it's kind of playing according to the expectations so far. But the first round, Ding losing with the white pieces, 1.5 out of 4 at this point, that I wouldn't have predicted. And with that, we can bring up the standings after round 4. And there we have it. Jan Nepomniachtchi leading with 3 out of 4. I think Fabiano's score hasn't been updated. His draw hasn't taken effect yet. But if it did, he would be at 2.5 at the second spot. And Hikaru, Duda, and Richard Rapport playing 4 draws. Duda and Richard Rapport having 4 draws out of 4. I wouldn't have expected that either, Divya. If you had told me Rapport and Duda would be having 4 out of 4 draws, I would have thought probably one decisive game.
Yeah, Rapport probably, yes.
And
what about you, Abhijit? What do you think?
No, I think it's going according to the script. Like I felt like if Jan, starts well, then it's always going to be, he might run away with the tournament very fast. But it goes both ways. Yeah, if it doesn't start well, also it can go.
Yeah, I think the start really matters.
Yeah, I mean, if he hadn't started well, probably it could backfire and probably, go really badly also for him.
Yes.
So yeah, and like other boards were basically, it was sort of normal. This is sort of, we expected more or less like this. The first round I can explain, like our Ding's loss was probably he was not expecting a big fight, in the first round also, just he was trying to play himself in the tournament, but somehow Jan never gave him a chance, and instead of he was still going with a slow maneuver thing, whereas Jan
He
quickly
should
went for
probably
it.
taken on the pawn on e4.
Yeah, pawn on e4 first. Yeah, no, usually he takes up this kind of challenge, but in the first round maybe he was just feeling himself and how it goes, and Jan quickly took advantage of this. And this is how all these top professionals, they can sense it. When your opponent is not completely 100%, they just senses it. I don't know how they do it, but it's quite remarkable how they can do this.
Yeah, true.
And we have actually pairings for tomorrow. Let us quickly have a look at the pairings. We have the standings here. Yes, and now we have the pairings as well. So Caruana versus Rapport, again I would say a big favorite.
I would. I want to have Divya's thoughts on all the pairings first before we go into it.
Okay. I would go with Caruana because he's in a decent form, and he also has the white pieces.
So Caruana, Rapport, Caruana, Radjabov-Ding.
Radjabov-Ding probably gonna end in a draw.
And Firouzja with white against Duda.
I think now that Firouzja has lost, he'll be buoyed up to win, and he has the white pieces, so he's gonna try. I think so.
Hulk is angry, yeah.
Yes, Hulk is angry. So I would say Firouzja and
Hikaru against Nepo.
Nepo draw.
Interesting. Let's see how that pans out. Meanwhile, Abhijit, what are your thoughts? Sorry to interrupt you like that, but
that's okay. I think I agree with Divya, and for the most part, Caruana or Rapport. I guess. I mean, Caruana is of course a big pre-tournament favorite. Also, white pieces against Rapport. Also, Carlsen said that it will be very difficult, Rapport not to lose any of the game. Any of the black 7 games. So yeah, Caruana is a big favorite in that game. But I also said this about day before, when Caruana was playing against Duda with white pieces. I said he was big favorite, but it was only Duda who was pressing, in that game. And then Radjabov-Ding, I guess it will be quite even. I think I feel it's going to be a solid draw. And Firouzja Duda, again, it can be topsy-turvy even because Firouzja has just lost a game. He'll come all guns blazing out. And Duda is not the guy, you can just beat somebody with just the one direct attack. Duda will
there will be a counter onslaught.
Yeah. Duda will fend the first wave at least. And then, he can also bounce back, he can also create pressure. Doesn't matter he's white or black. And Nakamura, Nepo, I feel that we might have some action here because Naka is the one guy who always poses some problem to Nepo. I remember long time back in some World Championship, in World Cup, I think he knocked out Nepo in some blitz game or something, where he castled with 2 hands and Nepo lost, complain about it after the game. But yeah, typically I feel Naka is a difficult opponent for Nepo generally.
Okay.
Right. That's very insightful.
Yes. What about you, Srinath? What do you think?
I guess I agree with most of what was discussed. Completely agree with what Abhijit said and also you said. But having said that, maybe one thing I can add is maybe we are just underestimating Raja a bit with the white pieces, and he did have a pretty tame draw in round 3, but that was just after defeat in round 2. And now with a solid draw with black, he will try to show something. He will look to show something with the white pieces against Ding tomorrow. And if he manages to catch Ding in one of his preparation, then it can get dangerous for Ding. So that's just one point of view that I have to add.
Yeah, cool.
But in general, I see there are going to be more results than today, for at least tomorrow. Because I see some of the pairings like Firouzja Duda, I just feel like, there's going to be a lot of action there. Then Caruana with white pieces, of course.
I'm looking forward to Raja versus Ding. Yeah.
Yeah. So, we have, I think we can have some questions from the chat maybe in the meantime if they want to ask Divya something.
Yeah. Why me?
because we are there all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I don't see anything right away.
But it's not our last day with Divya here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Abhijit, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm used to it now.
Half the stream is just Srinath apologizing for cutting in between.
Yeah, so I was just like, what are your final thoughts, about right now? Who do you think who is your favorite now? Who is going to win according to you? If I have to.
If I had to choose, I would go with Nepo.
So predictable, like your coach. He also changes teams when they are losing. He goes for the winning one.
Okay, Fabi and Nepo I already said. Fabi
Yeah, true. I agree.
Yes.
So, Srinath, any last words before we put up the interviews?
Not really, Abhijit. Just want to end on the note
I have
that
a question, but regarding to the interviews, but okay, I'll ask it later after this.
No, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I know what Divya is thinking, but I know why she wants to ask it after the interview as well. We'll get to that. But it was a lovely day of candidates round 4. A bit unexciting, but the good thing about these draws is they didn't make us wait for too long for these draws. Unlike, for example, Alireza Hikaru yesterday, where we had to wait for an hour for one more. So they made these draws, but they didn't also make us wait for too long. That was a good thing about the draws today. And the one win, what a spectacular win it was. I'm sure it will be covered on many channels. Nepo, Alireza, and every win against Alireza from here on will be treasured. So Nepo had one more against Alireza. And this, of course, Divya is going to join us back again, and we'll also be back tomorrow at the same time. And it was lovely doing this with you, chat, Abhijit. And it's on camera, Divya. So it was lovely doing this with you, Divya. Thank you so much for joining us. And
okay, cool. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. See you tomorrow, everyone.
See you, Chad. Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Jan, congratulations on your win today. What would be your thoughts about how it all happened?
Well, it's actually very nice that I don't know. I was really confused with the bishop c4 move because, as far as I know, like after f5, a4, there is like long forced theory, but I believe this was like quite popular like 10 years ago. So this line is not the most, I don't know, I would say a little bit out of fashion for black, and normally black plays other lines, but this line is quite nice. But after bishop c4, I was like quite puzzled. So maybe like if the game would take place like 10 years ago, I would be more into this topic. So I just decided to go for some logical moves. Just obviously his idea was d5 takes and put knight on d6. So I decided just to interrupt if we have 6. I'm not sure if it's objectively good, but I felt like, okay, I just give a pawn, put my knight on g3, and at least I shouldn't be worse, as my like next 5 moves are very natural. So like knight g3, I don't know, some prophylaxis, maybe bishop h6. So I believe bishop f1 was quite unfortunate because, okay, he just develops me and gives away an important tempo, but I believe it should be analyzed with the engines. Yeah.
In general, hadn't your opponent blundered the pawn on b4, would he be still suffering for a long time?
Well, I'm not sure he just blundered it because somehow I felt he was quite desperate, but obviously was expecting rook e5 or something, rook e5, then probably I should go for something like d6, and then it's like a very curious position. So perhaps d6. So if he takes on d6, it's like two minor pieces for a rook, and the pawn. And I mean, the question if these pawns like f7 and e5, if they go somewhere, okay, black is okay. If they don't, I'm probably in time to take away like this b4, a3, like develop my king. So I mean, indeed, rook e5 was something I was expecting, but other way was maybe to play d4 instead of king h8 and just try to play with an extra pawn. But maybe after bishop h6, I just go for knight d3 and I just try. I'm not even going to take the exchange. I'm trying to put some pressure onto e5. So anyway, it's very complex.
And in general, many people were putting high expectations on Alireza. How would you rate his performance so far, yet only 4 rounds, but still?
I believe he had like 3 games with black out of 4, so that's never easy. And I mean, there are lots of examples when you start like poorly, but then okay, you find your play, you find, I mean, the wind blows to your sails and you start scoring a lot. So I guess it's too early to judge.
And on another note, you used to be streaming quite some. Do you have plans to resume?
Maybe not today.
Tomorrow?
Not tomorrow.
All right. Have you ever fired a second?
Why would you ask this?
Great. Thanks a lot, Jan.
Thank you.
Jan, congratulations on your win today. What would be your thoughts about how it all happened? Hikaru, it's great to have you here. Your game finished in a draw. Please take us through your emotions during the game.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say I lost a game in the Rapid Chess Championship. I mean, I think already it's many weeks ago now, probably like 2 months, 3 months. But I lost a game in this bishop g5 line to Fabiano, and then I looked at this thing that I came up with in the game, this whole h6, g5, bishop e6, thought it was interesting. Yeah, I mean, it was all prep up until about move 20. It wasn't very difficult to find moves, but then inevitably, like every other game so far, there was a moment where I got a little bit careless for 2 to 3 moves, and maybe Richard had some chance when I played this very strange king e5 and this whole rook a1 thing, but again, I mean, with white not being able to ever push the f-pawn, I think it's always very close to a draw. So I didn't ever feel like I was in danger, but I mean, perhaps I could have been more precise.
We've quite seen sometimes here g5 in this tournament. Let's say, if you were to explain to your audience why these moves are good, like pushing the pawn in front of your king, what would you say? Well,
luckily I hadn't castled my king yet, so it's not a complete violation of the rules because I can castle to the king side or the queen side there, but you know, I think at the end of the day, there obviously are very many levels in chess, and essentially when you start out, you learn all the basic rules, and then eventually you learn how to break all the rules or when there are exceptions. And so that's kind of what I would say, is that as you keep improving, you learn which rules you can break and which ones you can't. But even beyond that, with computers nowadays, they pretty much say you can do anything, and it doesn't matter. You push the G-pawn, you push the H-pawn, you castle, who cares? I mean, it's all okay. So, I mean, sometimes you feel, I guess we as humans feel like we don't really understand the game. But overall, it's just there are different levels, and chess is a game where you learn the 1,000 rules, and you learn when you can break them.
Right, and speaking of Madrid, here we're in an amazing city. You arrived quite early. How important is for a player to, let's say, acclimate?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite important, especially if you're coming from another continent. I think, I suspect Fabiano had been in Europe for a while, but at least for me, coming from the US, where there's a 6-hour time difference, certainly makes a difference. But even beyond that, I remember when I played in 2016, I think I got to Moscow maybe 3 days before the event started, and I never really got on track, sleep schedule, or anything. I never had a good routine. So, yeah, I think it's important to come maybe a week and a half early. I mean, I know in the old days, people would come like a month early, you know, the times of Lasker and those guys, but I think a week's enough. But it's important to be on the time zone and feel like you're ready to play.
You have some great memories connected with Spain. You won your first elite tournament actually in Spain. Is there some kind of aura or some extra power that you feel here?
I don't know. I mean, San Sebastian was so many years ago now. I mean, that was, what, 2009, I think it was. So, you know, I feel like I've actually probably had my best results in Spain and in France, in particular, those two countries. So I don't know if there's anything special, but I feel like I play well in these places. So that's what it is.
Perhaps my final question for today, how has your audience been reacting so far to your 6 hours long games, but then they usually are used to see you playing 3 minutes?
Well, I mean, I think as long as you're competitive, it's always going to be hype. I think there's a certain view that the streamers, when they play tournaments, aren't going to do very well, or people want to see the sort of the car crash or the train wreck. But I think as long as you're playing reasonably well, then good things happen. That being said, I mean, every game, like I said, I found a way to make sure it goes longer than it should. I mean, today, luckily, it didn't cost me where the game went 6 hours. But I mean, there's suspense, and I think people always watch that.
Thanks a lot.
Sure.
Richard, another draw. How satisfied are you with your opening today?
Not at all. Another kind of disaster. I mean, not a major disaster, but I didn't get anything as white, and he played basically, okay, not what was most predictable, but sort of what was most predictable. And yeah, he surprised me a little bit with this g5 bishop e6, obviously. I think I haven't seen this one yet. And after this endgame is obviously just equal, not too surprisingly. And yeah, after me, I even got into some slight trouble at one point, I felt, but probably it was fine all along. Then I took on a7, it got a little bit complicated, but I didn't find anything to really get a game, yeah.
On another note, perhaps something more joyful. We've seen the photo you tweeted with Lubomir Lyubovich here. May I ask you if he's in your team of seconds?
I cannot reveal that, but no. Yeah. We just bumped into each other at the airport, and I thought it would be fun to send a picture. But of course, he's an amazing person. Yeah, I really liked talking to him and chatting with him in general. He's awesome. Yeah.
So your only second here, as always, is Joanna.
Yep, still the same. Now I have some pretended support, but as you can see from my preparation, I'm hiding my preparation very well for the next games. Yeah.
That's a very smart plan, Richard. All right, perhaps one more question. You were signed by Superbet. Does that mean that now we can bet on you?
No, I actually wasn't. I don't think I should at this point comment on this. It's some ongoing thing which will, unfold probably in the next month or so. But I am here just to play the tournament, so I would prefer to talk about the tournament.
And that's the most important edit, Richard. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Richard, another draw. How satisfied are you with your opening today?
Not at all. Another kind of disaster. I mean, not a major disaster, but I didn't get anything as white, and he played basically, okay, not what was most predictable, but sort of what was most predictable. And yeah, he surprised me a little bit with this g5 bishop e6, obviously. I think I haven't seen this one yet. And after this endgame is obviously just equal, not too surprisingly. And yeah, after me,
Jan Krzysztof, your game finished in a draw. What do you think about today's result?
Yeah, the game was actually kind of being very boring. Yeah, I was trying to surprise him in the opening and play this bishop g5 sideline, which, I mean, obviously...
Jan Krzysztof, your game finished in a draw. What do you think about today's result?
Yeah, the game was actually kind of being very boring. Yeah, I was trying to surprise him in the opening and play this bishop g5 sideline, which, I mean, obviously doesn't lead to advantage for white, but I was hoping to get playable position. Yeah, and I think I actually managed to do so. Yeah, but perhaps, I mean, I felt like his position was a bit suspicious at some point, but yeah, I mean, I didn't find any way actually to get an edge. I also kind of forgot about f5, which was like the most natural move in the position, I guess, for him, and basically equalizer, a strong equalizer, I would say. So yeah, I would wish, to play like more interesting game actually, but yeah, what to do? Like the most important thing is actually not to lose in this tournament. So, and I managed to do relatively well so far.
This is a very wise conclusion. May I ask you, how big is your team here in Madrid?
Yeah, the team consists of 3 people, including me. So me and 2 seconds.
Me, myself, and I.
Yeah, I mean it's my long-term friend Kamil Mito and also Grzegorz Gajewski.
How important is it for a tournament of such caliber to have a solid team, to have seconds on the spots with you?
Yeah, it's. I guess it's very important. I mean, I'm usually traveling with someone, to be honest, on chess tournaments, so I cannot say much about being alone. But yeah, I think it's very important, not only about opening preparation and so on, but just to have someone to talk to and I don't know, share some jokes or something. So yeah, I'm very grateful they are here.
What would be more rewarding for you if you win the candidates or if, let's say, Team Poland wins the Olympic?
Yeah, basically it's a very difficult question because those two are major tournaments and yeah, I mean the individual and team, so I don't think it can be measured like that. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, I will win the candidates and Poland will win the Olympiad.
All right, then. One more question. In one of your recent interviews, you mentioned that for you, stamina is very important. Do you do some sports here during the candidates?
Not here. I mean, yes, yesterday in FIDE I had a walk, like a long one, but in general I'm not doing here anything.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.